center at 7.
Teams, a lot of their action runs through the front court.
You're exactly right, D.A., and I think that's where the game's going to ultimately be decided. I mean, we have to see which set of these bigs is going to impose their will, not just offensively, but defensively, too.
Let's check out Milwaukee's starting lineup. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Torian Prince is out there with Damian Lillard, and it's Kuzma in at the 3. Now here's Lillard. Antetokounmpo outside. Shot clock at 6. Prince can't hit. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. Outside Anunoby. Fires the 3. Counted from distance.
Boy, Hart is one of those guys you look at and you can just see the team is first with him. Never hesitates to find the open guy.
Here's Kuzma. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound. New York has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Back to Bridges. Left side Hart. Lets it fly. And he wills that one in, sinking it right through the back of the iron.
Yeah, making the smart pass there. I mean, Bridges doesn't just hold the ball.
And Mikal Bridges, still one of the better wing defenders in the league, Greg.
Yeah, he's so great at pestering a shooter. Good lateral movement and wingspan makes him hard to get around. He might not be the best in the league, but he is well above average.
Here's Anunoby. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
Big Brook Lopez gobbling up space and getting the block on that play.
Prince against Bridges to the middle. Here's Antetokounmpo. And some solid defense from Towns. The Knicks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. It's Bridges on the wing. Milwaukee with the rebound.
Tell you what, guys, you don't see that often. I mean, when he's this open, usually it's lights out.
Pass to Kuzma. To the paint. Here's Antetokounmpo. Towns with the rebound. And the Knicks with possession. There's the 3. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson.
Hey, you know your center is a great shooter when your goal is to get him a 3. Towns can make those pay dividends.
Here's Prince. Count it. Good.
At last, their cold streak is over. They finally found something that worked.
Well, you knew it eventually was going to happen. I mean, my goodness, a tight start to this one, but maybe that'll ignite some more buckets to be made.
Towns can't get it to go.
He has to make that one. I mean, you have to make the defense pay when they slough off of you like that.
Prince, the pass to Kuzma.
2 minutes.
To the inside. Lopez. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Chalk that up. Lopez won't miss many of those.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Tom Thibodeau gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. A main focus on their defense, Damian Lillard, the dynamic point guard. Coach telling me what sticks out to me about Lillard is his heart. He plays way bigger than his size. He raises the level of everyone around him. A true leader. Lillard, one of the most respected players in the league, Brian.
And Allie, thanks. Now here's Lillard. He's scoreless. Kuzma for 3. Towns with a rebound. Towns has got 4 rebounds now. Well, Grant, all the high hopes Knicks fans have had in recent years, they have finally come to fruition.
Yeah, it really was good to see the Knicks have a great campaign last year. From the players to the coaches to the front office and the fans. They've pressed all the right buttons.
Now here's Bridges. Pass to Brunson. Towns for 3. Count it. 2 for 4 from the field now.
Hey, a confident shooter like Towns doesn't need any time to get a shot up.
Here's Prince. Antetokounmpo surveys. There's the screen by Kuzma. Goes up at the elbow. A tad That's short, but it's good off the front iron.
You have to appreciate guys who can work the mid-range area. It's clearly how you keep defenses honest.
And I'll tell you what, guys, I mean, with this combination of size and touch, he's a real threat from mid-range.
Brunson with a sixth sense. I mean, always knows where his teammates are.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Kuzma. Here's Prince from behind the arc. Hart pulls it in. Prince against Bridges. It's stolen by Kuzma. Antetokounmpo, left side. Comes up empty down low.
Probably should have scored there. He usually does.
And so it's the New York Knicks finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. They've been lights out from deep, and it's a big reason why they have a lead in this one. More NBA on. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter of action so far. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going so far for New York.
You know, so far in this one, these guys have been knocking it down from distance. You've got to like their confidence as this game continues. They're on a nice roll.
Another thing they're doing well early on is passing the ball, spreading it around the floor and feeding guys who are well set up to score.
Taking a look at the Bucks. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the three.
His size and length and touch make Giannis one of the best finishers in the paint.
Towns outside. Launches it. Milwaukee with the rebound. Antetokounmpo's got 6 rebounds now in the game. It's Prince on the wing. It's stolen by Hart. And here we go. The Knicks in transition. For 3, Bridges. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Here's Kuzma. No made baskets yet. Kuzma with a screen on Towns. Here's Antetokounmpo. Fast break, New York. Out to Bridges. Pass to Brunson. Yes, sir! Brunson for 3.
Pretty much the second Brunson gets the ball, he's into motion, and that's how it's done.
Lillard deciding where to go with it. Inside, Lopez. And it's Lopez with the jam.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
You know, when you're looking to close the gap, you need guys who will take it upon themselves to step up, take the initiative, and make something happen.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Brian, with the Bucks switching coaches midway through last season, Doc Rivers experienced with star-laden rosters. He said, quote, "I resist thinking that you can't coach players. I have no problem holding them accountable. If you don't do it, you're not going to win." Brian, the pressure's on to get it done.
The burden of expectations. It's title or bust. Thanks, Allie.
You know, confidence is a big part of success in the NBA. And when Hart is assertive like this, it helps him get going.
Down low. It's stolen by Hart. And now the Knicks on the break. Here's Bridges. Finished off the break. And now an 8-point Knick lead.
And this kind of play is only going to grow their lead, holding the other guys down on defense and converting on the turnover.
Pass to Prince. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Bridges. Down to 5 on the shot clock. To the left wing. Lopez finds Lillard. Three-pointer, no good. New York leading by 8. Brunson. Now here's Towns. Lets it go from deep. Antetokounmpo grabs the board.
We know how good a shooter he is. It's frustrating for him when he's not able to knock down that kind of wide-open look.
And Lopez gets it to go. And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
Lillard against Brunson. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Here's Prince. The 3 is up. The Knicks with the rebound. Towns has got his 6th rebound on the night. Anunoby with it. Guarded by Antetokounmpo. Pass to Hart. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Here's Towns. 3-pointer, Bridges. And again, New York with the triple.
Yeah, canning it from the corner isn't as easy as Bridges made it look that time.
27-16.
Antetokounmpo against Hart. Antetokounmpo drives in. Here's Prince. The 3-ball. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound.
Even with every shot clanging off the rim, he seems determined to keep hoisting up these threes. It might be time to get inside of that arc.
Bucks trail by 11. 6-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Prince can't hit.
Might like a do-over there. Quality look inside.
Pass to Towns. Oh, they get a hand on it. Brunson up top, defended by Lillard. Towns, right side. That'll count. What a play! He drains it at the buzzer!
Makes his selection just in time. Well done.
What was really impressive there, though.
Thanks very much, Allie. And folks, we'll be right back to start the second half of this game.
29. The Bucks. 16.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You have to like what we're seeing from Karl Anthony Towns.
It's not easy to own a game through your work on the glass, but he's managed to do it thus far.
Yes, sir. I mean, that area around the bucket has been his turf tonight. A sensational display of rebounding in the first half.
OG Anunoby out there with Josh Hart. Then there's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Towns in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's Tom Thibodeau's 5 as we get going in the second half. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for New York. This is the most they've led, 13 points. Here's Towns. Again, the miss by Towns.
Well, you know, you'd like to see a little more effort there defensively, but maybe they wanted him to take that shot, baited him into it.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, if that's a harbinger of things to come, he's looking at having a very big second half.
The Bucks trail by 11. Antetokounmpo inside. Towns on him. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
Defense has Giannis well covered, but gets physical right back and draws the foul in the act of shooting.
That one's off. And he's good on the second.
You really have to appreciate and respect the spirit Giannis plays the game with, a beacon of energy and enthusiasm for his team. They all feed off of him with an attitude of joy and unselfishness.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Lopez, the screen. Lillard, right side. Lopez in the post, covered by Towns. Lopez can't hit. New York leading by 13. Pass to Anunoby. Lillard with the ball, and it's Brunson picking him up. Prince on the attack. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Here's Bridges, and it's Bridges with the jam.
And you have to be in awe of Bridges' athleticism, gifted at leaking out and executing.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Ooh, strong move from Giannis inside.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Outside Brunson. To the middle. Towns passes to Hart. Back to Towns. from the arc. Giannis with the rebound. Antetokounmpo has got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. Good. And it's Lillard who picks up the assist. Pass to Brunson. It's Hart on the wing. Antetokounmpo covering. Here's Towns. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo has got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. And Lopez gets it to go. Lopez has got 9.
Just so steady around the basket. Brook Lopez, really one of the more consistent scorers in the game.
Towns for 3. Towns can't get that one to fall.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Prince against Anunoby, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Hart. A minute 39 left in the third.
They're doing the job on both ends, getting stops and attacking offensively.
You know, it's taken a big run, but they were able to get back into this one. Very impressive. No quitting these guys.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
Bucks trail by 9.
27.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. Back to Antetokounmpo. Pass to Lopez. It's Prince on the wing. And the three-pointer goes. Give him 8.
They're making smart adjustments, setting guys up for success.
It's certainly been an impressive run. They finally found the right formula to break down the defense.
Towns on a screen. Hart passes to Towns. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez. Fades and shoots. Towns, that's good. Towns has got 4 points now in the quarter. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Antetokounmpo against Hart. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second team foul.
And here's Milwaukee now, trailing by 8.
Yeah, great defense from Bridges. His coaches and teammates appreciate his energy.
Shot clock and game clock, 1 second differential. Antetokounmpo against Hart. And it's Towns penetrating. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
And so it's the New York Knicks earning this break in the action, up 10. Defense is setting the tone. Time for a quick break. The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for New York. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. On the floor for Milwaukee, starting the fourth quarter. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3, the small forward.
Rolling. Towns just keeps finding opportunities to score.
To the paint. Oh, deflected. And that'll be Milwaukee's ball as it goes out of bounds. Bucks able to keep the possession.
He had the right idea, just couldn't come up with the swipe.
You know, fellas, 1 second quicker, and that's going the other way.
It's Prince on the wing. He's guarded by Bridges. 4 on the clock. Prince with the bucket.
You know, Prince is far from just a shooter and penetrator, folks. I mean, this guy's got a nice feel for how to play inside, too.
It's stolen by Kuzma. Antetokounmpo with it. And it's Anunoby picking him up. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lopez. Lopez, the screen. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Jalen Brunson picks one up.
Boy, it is so difficult not to foul Lillard. I mean, you never know exactly how to shade him defensively because he's so versatile.
And both free throws good for Lillard.
Two-part equation. You have to be aggressive enough to get to the line, then talented enough to sink them.
Towns for three. Rebounded by Lopez. The Bucks trail by 9. Here's Prince. Nice D from Bridges. New York has gone 1 of 2 from deep in this quarter. Ooh, poked away. It's stolen by Kuzma. And stolen by Brunson. Pass to Anunoby. Here's Towns. Covered by Lopez. Hart with a screen on Kuzma. Back to Towns. Beyond the arc. Rebounded by the Bucks. Lopez has got his 7th rebound here tonight. Here's Milwaukee. They've played a great fourth quarter defensively, allowing only 3 points. And there's contact and a whistle. So he's got 2 shots coming up.
And, you know, at almost 7 feet tall, Antetokounmpo is dangerous down inside, really. I mean, the defense has to be physical with him if they want to have a chance at preventing him from scoring in the paint.
He makes 1 of 2 that time. Knicks leading by 8. Inside, Towns up top. Gets an open look and hits it. Towns has got 11 in the second half.
You know, Towns can burn you from anywhere, especially from these in-between spots.
Pass to Prince, and stolen by Bridges. He goes up, and it's Bridges with the jam.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Well, turning defense to offense, we talk about it all the time. Try to hit your opponent at the other end before they can set up the defense.
For New York, they've gone 3 of 5 since this fourth quarter started. Ooh, anticipated the pass. It's a turnover. Lillard with the ball, and it's Brunson picking him up. Out to Lillard. Back to Antetokounmpo. Kuzma for 3. The Knicks pull it in. Towns has got 11 rebounds in the game. Bridges passes to Hart. The kick out to Brunson. Outside Anunoby. From downtown. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. Towns has got 4 assists in the game. Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
Kuzma, the pass to Lopez. And that time also a missed shot. New York leading by 15. Out to the right wing. Towns has got room. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
That's the shot they wanted. It just didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
I tell you, a little extra pressure on D when you're up against a point guard who can elevate.
It doesn't make it easy, does it?
And you know, guys, showing how dynamic a weapon he is for this offense, they feed off of that energy and ability to make plays. It gets them going.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Knicks.
Seemed like the sheer volume of three-pointers today was the deciding factor.
And they'd hit one and then just dial it up again. And it worked.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Karl Anthony Towns.
Boy, I liked how he mixed it up on the glass. Wasn't afraid to get in there and do the dirty work. Showed some real grit and toughness tonight.
To the inside. And it's Lopez, that time on the assist from Antetokounmpo. There's 31 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Pass to Anunoby. And here's Brunson from the arc. Fires in the triple. And the Knicks lead by 17.
Their home crowd has energized them all game. Now they're closing it out.
And I think they can start that celebration right now. I mean, what a terrific team victory.
Lillard passes to Lopez.
Assist from Damian Lillard.
And so New York takes this one by a big margin. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
They really were, B.A. They played with great intensity on both ends of the floor, and they didn't allow their mistakes to get the better of them.
To cheer on your team.
All right, let's go courtside to Allie LaForce with our player of the game. Allie, it's all yours.
All right, I'm with Carl Anthony.
Allie, thank you as always. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
out here getting loose, guys going through some drills. Welcome, sports fans. Thanks for joining us. Well, you can expect the threes to fly tonight, Brent. Both of these teams are full of sharpshooters.
Well, which team gets hot first, Kevin, I think is going to be most important. Shooting is rhythm. How do you establish that rhythm? You've got to move the ball, move yourself. And maybe the team that gets hot first is going to be the one that ultimately comes out on top.
Now, we'll look at Dallas's starting lineup. Davis is out there with Daniel Gafford. And there's Klay Thompson. And it's Kyrie Irving. And it's Washington in at the 3. And it's hard penetrating. Towns, a screen on Thompson. Bridges kicks to Towns. 6 to shoot. There's the 3. It's rebounded by Dallas. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Well, earlier I spoke with Tom Thibodeau. Now, Coach immediately recognized the many talents of Kyrie Irving. One thing he pointed out was not losing Irving on defense. Coach said Irving is just as dangerous without the ball. We can't let him get behind us. We have to make sure someone is on him at all times. Back to you.
Thanks, David. Hart with a screen on Davis. New York needs to get off a shot. Here's Brunson. Thompson with the rebound.
Well, that mid-range, Jay, usually pretty much on the money. Maybe the timing just a little bit off on that one.
Well, Greg, the Knicks have certainly brought hope back to the city of New York.
And it's been fun to watch. The fans are rallying behind this team. And it's not just because they're winning. It's the way they're winning. They play with heart and hustle.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Bangs home the trifecta.
Really quick release there from Brunson. Let that one go in a hurry.
Irving against Brunson. Davis with a screen on Brunson. Outside for Davis. Robinson against Gafford. Davis with a screen on Brunson. Here's Irving. And it hung on the rim, but wouldn't fall for him. Bridges passes to Robinson. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
That's pretty much a power play for Robinson. He's got the ability to just shrug off the defenders.
To the wing right side. The kick out to Irving. Dallas, no good that time either.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Bridges passes to Hart. Towns, a screen on Washington. Here's Towns. Fires top of the key. Rebounded by Gafford.
That might not be the shot they want him taking, even with the D backing off.
Stolen by Brunson. Here's Hart. And Towns throws it down.
Plenty of power on that slam. Towns was not messing around.
Davis with a screen on Brunson. And on the way from Irving for 3. Sinks the triple. Irving's got 5 points so far.
Yeah, that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, the coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
And I like the back and forth here, showing confidence from Ray.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
Now, here's Gafford. Still without a basket. Outside Irving. Gafford sets the pick for Irving. Shoots over Brunson. Gafford misses.
Well, a lot of players in the league are going to make that shot, and for him, it's pretty much automatic. It's a good defensive effort to prevent the layup.
Here's Hart. No good from outside.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Thompson with it. Bridges covering. Washington kicks to Davis. They grab their own miss. Pass to Gafford. Back to Irving. Outside, Davis. It's another look. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
And you can see the lower body strength from AD right there, able to take contact, get fouled, and still get the shot to go.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here. Now, here's Bridges. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Towns kicks to Brunson. Towns a screen on Gafford. Here's Brunson. Some nice passing by New York here. To the middle. Stolen by Washington. Irving for three. A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. New York ahead. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And when you consider how the Knicks are doing, guys, what are your thoughts?
Well, they used the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
Yeah, they did a great job. Just the initial thrust of that attack, as soon as they got the ball, constantly in transition.
They've got Hart, Jalen Brunson out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Robinson in at the 5, down low. So that's who's on the 4 for the Knicks. Now Robinson, after Mikal Bridges missing on that last three-pointer. Hart the pass to Robinson, and finished off by Robinson.
And that's Mitchell Robinson's attitude. Anywhere around the rim, he's going to rock it.
Well, we know, GA, the Mavs are so adept at hunting the matchups they want. They're patient and methodical.
They never look like they're in a rush, right? Even when you send a double or trap the ball, the Mavs stay calm and know where to go. It's what makes slowing down their pick and roll so difficult.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you very much. Anthony Davis broke his defense down for me. He said, I can block shots, switch on to anybody, guard the pick and roll, I can guard the post, I can guard the pin down. So that's my ability. My ability defensively is to do everything. Kevin?
And he does everything. David, thank you so much. Over to the left wing. Towns kicks to Brunson. To the paint. The kick out to Towns. Anthony Davis grabs the miss.
Yeah, that miss might stick with him for a little while. That's kind of a shoot-around jumper if I've ever seen one.
And Gafford throws it down.
And that's just a good look from Clay as his teammate was open.
Bridges attacking. The kick out to Towns. And another three for New York.
He does so much out there to stretch out the defense when he's out on the perimeter, and he drains the triple.
Pass to Washington. Davis with it. Washington sets the pick for Davis. Out to Thompson. Here's Gafford. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot two. Greg, you've been a part of some great contending teams over the years, but what's it like being on a team at the bottom of the standings with not a lot of hope for the regular season?
Well, Kevin, no one likes losing, but it can certainly take a toll. But it can also allow you to play more freely when you know you're bad and you're not having to deal with the pressure of expectation.
Now, here's Hart. Robinson passes to Bridges. Towns for three. Another miss by Towns. Mavericks trail by 5. Thompson looking for an opening. Pass to Gafford. Irving for three. Dallas, no good that time either.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Robinson a screen on Irving. Oh, Brunson wheeling his way in there.
Brunson sizing up the defense and really good at operating in the pick and roll.
GA, as you know, Jalen Brunson is a second-generation NBA player.
Yeah, his dad, Rick Brunson, was an 11-year vet who also played overseas and eventually settled in as a coach in this league. So Jalen grew up in those NBA locker rooms.
And it's Davis missing.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Robinson a screen on Davis. Towns the pass to Robinson. And then jammed down as he goes right over Daniel Gafford.
It feels like Mitchell Robinson doesn't even have to jump sometimes to dunk, but man, a little showmanship from the big fella.
Thompson against Bridges. And Thompson kicks to Davis. And there's the defensive 3-second call. The Mavericks have made 1 of 3 free throws in the game. And so he hits the technical free throw. Greg, you love this topic more than anyone. When you think about the best ball handlers of all time, where does Kyrie Irving rank on your list?
Well, you know, I think, Kevin, he's at the very top. I've never seen anyone else pull off some of the things he does. Certainly makes a strong case for the best ever.
Now here's Towns. 5 points in the game. Down low, here's Robinson. Good, and the assist goes to Towns. Robinson's got the lead up to 10 now for New York.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
Irving can't get it to go. Bridges deciding where to go with it. Towns from deep three-point range. And we've reached halftime in this one. It's the Knicks. They finish. Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're measuring up the shot.
And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. Kyrie Irving really making a difference here.
And those extra chances mean so much. And he has shaped the game with the way he's been pulling down those offensive boards.
And the team appreciating all of that dirty work going on. His activity has been phenomenal.
On the floor for Dallas, P.J. Washington is out there with Davis. Then it's Derek Lively, and there's Klay Thompson, and it's Irving in at the point. Now here's Irving. The three from Davis. The offensive rebound. Back to Irving. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Pass to Davis. Offensive rebound. Brunson against Washington. Shot clock at 5. And finally they hit one. Washington's got his first points in this one. Inside. And Towns throws it down.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. You know, Brent, when you talk about home court advantage, the Knicks have one of the best.
Well, New York is so electric, and just, I have memories, Kevin, of walking out on that court, and it just feeling different. So the Mecca is back, and when it's loud, it is delicious.
Right side Towns. Robinson a screen on Irving. Back to Towns. Pass to Robinson. Left side, Towns. Shoots over Washington. It's rebounded by Dallas.
Probably not the shot that was drawn up for that possession, but you can't pass it up, and you can't knock it down.
Davis inside, defended by Hart. Lively the pass to Davis. Oh, Davis down low.
In a league of guys who are extremely long, AD still stands out.
It's Hart on the wing. Out to Brunson. Takes it inside. Here's Towns. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. And that's now 9 points for Karl Anthony Towns. Irving passes to Lively. Lively sets a screen for Washington. Towns with the defensive effort. The Knicks leading by 7. Brunson off the dribble. The kick out to Towns. Robinson a screen on Washington. Towns the pass to Robinson. And here we go. Thompson heading to the hoop. And Thompson throws it down.
Play showing a little bit of speed in the open floor there as he gets up the lane in transition.
Robinson. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It's his first trip to the line.
And not the guy you want to see at the line too often. Season numbers has him in the bottom tier of the league.
Good on the second free throw.
A lot of people like Mitchell Robinson because he does what he's told to do, and that is stay in the lane. It's where he does a lot of damage, both defensively and offensively.
Now here's Davis. Ignoring the contact, Anthony Davis.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
Greg, as you were saying, beyond the blocks, what makes Anthony Davis special on defense is the way he navigates the floor.
Kevin, most bigs can get picked on in pick and roll action. Davis, though, too quick and smart to take advantage of. He can slip screens, hedge, switch, and recover like he's a 3-and-D wing.
Well, he's a physical big down low, and I think he expects this kind of traffic around him as Mitchell Robinson comes through.
Davis against Brunson. The 10-footer. Thompson outside. Irving looking for an opening. Pass to Davis. Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got 7 rebounds in the game. Bridges inside the three-point line. Wide open, couldn't capitalize. Mavericks trail by 6. Here's Irving. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's on Mitchell Robinson.
You tried to guard Kyrie without fouling, and that is a challenge unto itself. So nimble with the ball and that shifty handle.
And what an advantage. You really feel like you can always trust him when he's at the line.
Plenty of daylight on that shot. Bridges has got himself on the board with 3 there.
Just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
Davis with a screen on Brunson. Irving passes to Lively. The kick out to Irving. A 3. The shot will not fall. No good on that one. And so it's New York bringing the quarter to a close with a 7-point lead. There. And this is it. Glad to have you along for this 4th and final quarter. Here's Irving. We've got Jalen Brunson. Hart is out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Mitchell Robinson. And it's Bridges in at the 2-guard spot. That's the 5 for New York right now. Jacks up a 3. Connects from 3-point range. Bridges has got the lead up to 10 now for New York.
That's Bridges' shot right there, the corner 3.
Irving can't hit. New York's gone past the 3-point line for 13 of their shots. 6 of 13. The Mavericks shooting at 36%. They really seem out of sync offensively. Fires the 3. Pass to Thompson. Puts up a deep 3. Thompson from way outside.
Even with the hand up, it's not bothering Klay Thompson. Just measured that one off.
Right side Towns to the inside. Robinson. That's tipped. Out of bounds. Dallas takes possession. Here's Irving. A little over a minute of the 4th quarter gone right now. Lively finds Thompson. Lively sets a screen for Thompson. Another 3 for Dallas.
And this is Thompson's calling card. An exceptional shooter from downtown.
Bridges passes to Towns. Robinson sets a screen for Towns. Brunson outside. Back to Towns. And stolen by Irving. Davis against Brunson. Davis inside. Count it. Good. Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for the Mavericks.
I like their defense tonight, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
Their attacking of the offensive glass has also been a success story. All game long, they've been committed to finding those second chance opportunities.
And nice intensity from Towns in the paint. Doesn't back off and takes that shot while being fouled.
He hits one, then misses the second attempt from the free throw line. Mavericks trailed by 3. And the rejection by Towns. Davis against Brunson. Outside, Towns. That's in for his 5th field goal of the game. Makes him 5 for 12 so far.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, offense comes really easy to Big Cat.
Outside for Davis. Up top, Lively. Pass to Washington. Lively, a screen on Hart. Shot clock at 6. Washington against Hart. And here's Davis for 3. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot before second violation. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. And Brunson, here we go. Bridges dishes to Towns. Out to Bridges. Towns, a screen on Thompson. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's his first foul.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
1:43 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Out to Thompson. Pass to Lively. Now, here's Washington. Shot clock at 2. Beyond the arc. Offensive rebound. Lively the pass to Davis. Davis setting the pick for Thompson. Now, Lively. Over Robinson. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
Well, that's a shot they want just about on every possession if they can get it. He doesn't make them all, but still very much a high percentage look.
We've got 1:08 left here in the fourth quarter. Pulls up, high post, and that one's good. Brunson. Now it's a 7-point Knicks lead.
Pull-up jumper, such an essential part to Brunson's game.
Irving passes to Thompson. It counts. And now they trail by just 4.
And that's why this team loves having Klay Thompson. Big shot.
Right wing. Towns, a screen on Irving. Back to Towns. Out to Brunson. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. And here are the Mavericks now. Giving up just 8 points in the fourth quarter. Here's Davis. And it's blocked by Brunson. On the wing, Bridges. Pass to Robinson. Back to Bridges. And they foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
Yeah, you have to do that, though. You can't just let them dribble the game out.
Bridges kicks to Brunson. Brunson with another miss. Irving for 3. No good. So a close game sees New York take this one. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job making sure it didn't get away from them late.
Yeah, I mean, they faced some challenges, but really held firm when they needed to. On both ends, it's just effective in terms of coming away with this win.
And that about wraps it up for Greg Anthony.
New York City. The Big Apple is the Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the Grant, this is not your average regular season game. These teams are fierce rivals.
Oh, yes, they are, B.A. I love playing in these type of games. I mean, the fans are extra loud. The players are fired up. This will be fun.
A look at Indiana's starting group. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Thomas Bryant out there with Pascal Siakam. And it's Turner in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Well, exactly where you want Robinson taking advantage offensively. Use the length and size to score inside.
Halliburton against Brunson. Halliburton, the pass to Bryant. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup.
Nice way to start the game. That's where you'd like to get your shots from.
It's Robinson, high post. Stolen by Bryant. Siakam outside. Three-pointer. That one's good. And the assist to Bryant.
This is a guy with size and range. You cannot let Pascal Siakam get those kinds of looks from deep.
Brunson finds Towns. Halliburton against Brunson. Pass to Hart. Out to Bridges. Clock at 6. Towns on a screen. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. He gets it in there.
That, to me, is about Karl Anthony Towns carving out position on the interior. Such a pretty play.
Well, there's no question. Pascal Siakam has raised the ceiling of this Pacers team.
Yeah, absolutely. He complements Halliburton's up-tempo style very well. And defensively, he shores things up with his ability to guard 1 through 5.
Siakam can't get it to fall.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
For Indiana, they've gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Bryant, a screen on Brunson. Halliburton, the pass to Bryant. And the layup is good.
Yeah, looking like a veteran running the screen and roll. Halliburton understands how to break down defenses.
Outside Hart. To the middle. Towns taking his time here. Hits the trifecta. Towns has got 5 points.
The defense must chase Karl Anthony Towns off that three-point line. This guy is such a great jump shooter.
Halliburton, the pass to Bryant. And here's Turner. Robinson with a steal. And here we go, the Knicks in transition. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Well, we know this. Karl Anthony Towns was a go-to option from the very first moment he stepped in the lines of an NBA court. The versatility is so difficult to match up against.
Both good from the line that time. Doris, you look at the shooting of Karl Anthony Towns. A 7-footer. He's as good as it gets.
He is, B.A. He has been verging on the 50, 40, 90 efficiency type numbers in recent years. He is right there with Dirk Nowitzki when you talk about the sweetest shooting big men of all time.
Now here's Towns. He has 7. Outside Brunson. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Towns. Hart from long range. Indiana with a rebound. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You got to be a good team to reach that feat.
Now here's Nembhard. Still no points. Pass to Halliburton. All right, Doris, where do you think Halliburton ranks among the NBA's best point guards?
Well, he's certainly, B.A., got to be near the top of the list. Number 1, his vision is absolutely tremendous. He can create on the fly. As importantly to me, it's his spirit and presence, the joy he brings to the game.
That's what he does. Rock solid at the line.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Tom Thibodeau gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. He said one person we cannot overlook is Tyrese Halliburton. He said the guy has major impact on the game, even when he's not scoring, which he usually is. He sets the tempo for the team. He can defend, rebound, pass the ball. Kid's got it all. Guys?
All right, appreciate it, Allie. Turner, no good. New York has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Out to Bridges. Towns on a screen. Pulls it from 20, and it's New York scoring again.
Yeah, no lack of confidence in Mikal Bridges. This guy believes he can make shots.
Brunson against Halliburton. Here he goes. Here's Bryant. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist. Halliburton's got 3 assists in the game. Bridges feeling it out a little bit. Kicks it out Towns. 4-3. And Bryant pulls it down. And Halliburton has got the ball here for the Pacers. Trailing by 2. Pass to Siakam. Halliburton against Brunson. And here's Siakam for 3. That shot off. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. It's the Knicks. They lead. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. All right, guys, what's your take on the Knicks so far?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Boy, it's been a really pretty thing to watch, executing their game plan to perfection.
We've got Mikal Bridges. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then there's Jalen Brunson, and it's Hart in at the small forward position. That's the group for New York starting the second.
What a confident stroke from Jalen Brunson. This guy doesn't have to dominate with the ball in his hands.
Doris, how about the emergence of Jalen Brunson? The Knicks got him as a free agent.
BA is incredible because the Knicks, when they signed him back in the summer of 2022, many voices were out there saying it's an overpay, you paid Jalen too much. Well, guess what? All NBA performer, and that contract looks like a bargain.
To the wing on the left. Turner, a screen on Bridges. Siakam. And it's Turner, that time on the assist from Siakam. Turner's got his first 2 points.
Well, exactly what you want from the guy in your pick and roll position. He's got to be able to set a firm screen and then find his opening.
And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, BA. Not sure what got into him. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Inside. Towns gets the bucket. Towns has got 11.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
No, I think that's the one thing every player is searching for. Consistency. They're giving this guy a chance to carry the offense once again.
Brunson passes to Hart. Back to Brunson. There's the triple. And the rebound goes to the Pacers. Siakam with it, and it's Brunson picking him up. Pass to Turner. Let's go with a 3. The offensive rebound. Here's Siakam. Nails the baby hook. 5 points in the game.
This is a real strength of Siakam's game, the ability to extend possessions and get second chance points on the board.
And the foul on Tyrese Halliburton. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
Towns outside. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Now that Towns is rolling, boy, you just deliver the ball on time and on target, he will do the rest.
Pacers trail by 3. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Brian, Miles Turner, the 11th pick by the Pacers in 2015 for much of his career with the team. He's endured the trade rumors. He said, I've still got PTSD from that, but I wanted to be here in Indy. And last season, a renegotiation of his contract, giving him an extension and a raise. Brian, he is locked in as their starting center.
Yeah, it would appear so, Allie. Thank you. 6 to shoot. Towns finds Bridges. Well, it was only a matter of time before they finally get the bucket. And you played for several different coaches with very different philosophies, Grant. Did you have a favorite system?
Well, you know, BA, I did. I played 19 years, a number of different coaches, but the 8 seconds or less offense back when I was with the Suns as a player You want to run, and honestly, it's so much fun getting up and down the court like that.
Pass to Robinson. Bridges outside. Back to Robinson. Oh, stolen by Turner. Siakam looking it over. Turner, a screen on Hart. Hart against Siakam. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. New York has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. Brunson against Halliburton. Towns outside. Pass to Robinson. Back to Towns. Shot clock at 5. Down low. That's good from Robinson on the assist by Towns. Robinson's got his second basket of the game.
24-22.
Halliburton with the ball. Streaking in. Here's Halliburton. Robinson with the block.
This guy's nose for the basketball, and his timing as a shot blocker is intimidating. Mitchell Robinson so quick off his feet. How about the creativity, the athleticism? That's a rare combination for a guy his size. Go to work, Cat.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And the basket by Halliburton.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Here's Brunson. Halliburton with a steal. Now the Pacers on the move. Siakam outside. Pass to Turner. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. Knicks out in front. They lead by a bucket. All right, now let's check in with Allie LaForce. Allie, what do you have? All right, Allie, thanks for that. We will see everyone right back after this break, ready for the second half.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Run, please. They're thinking about the shot.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
When he got good position and they got the ball to him, he was automatic.
Well, you can see why they would continue to play through him. He was tough to stop, super assertive down low. Just great work.
Second half underway. Here's who Rick Carlisle's got on the floor. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Pascal Siakam out there with Thomas Bryant. And it's Turner in at center.
Well, how about the quick feet of Miles Turner? His ability to move around the rim makes it hard to stay in front of him.
One thing about the Pacers, Doris, they can flat out score the basketball.
It is incredible to me, BA, how infrequently the ball sticks. They play fast, whether in transition or in the half court, they make defenses work.
Bryant, a screen on Hart. And Mikal Bridges picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Nembhard. Still without a bucket. Pass to Halliburton. 6 on the shot clock. Here's the screen by Bryant. Halliburton, the pass to Bryant. Back to Halliburton. And it's going to be a 24-second violation. They turn it over.
Boy, not on the same page there. And in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
Knicks leading by 3. Brunson finds Towns. Robinson, a screen on Bryant. To the paint. Outside Hart. Towns, a screen on Bryant. Hart passes to Towns, and he gets it to go. And it's a 5-point Knick lead.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
31-26.
Brunson against Halliburton. And it's Halliburton Gets it to go inside.
Well, you have to understand how to score when you're in the paint and you are 6'5". Tyrese Halliburton, he knows the way.
Hart passes to... Robinson. Hard up top, defended by Halliburton. Stolen by Siakam. Bryant against Brunson. Bryant, pass to Siakam. Three-pointer, Halliburton. Oh, Halliburton, deadly from deep.
What you love about Tyrese Halliburton is the consistency from the perimeter. This guy can make deep shots.
Towns, that's good.
What a terrific play by just a tremendous all-around player. This guy makes it look easy.
Turner, a screen on Brunson. Halliburton, the pass to Turner. The Knicks pull it in. Just over 2.5 minutes gone by in the second half. Siakam against Hart. Here's Brunson. Check out Brunson going to work inside.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the height, guys. Brunson is a terrific finisher inside.
Doris, how about the evolution of Jalen Brunson's career from role player to star player?
Yeah, B.A., he begins his career as a backup point guard to the great Luka Doncic. But when given an opportunity to thrive without Luka in the playoffs, he did just that. Then he gets his own team and takes his game to an MVP level. Incredible evolution.
Indiana shooting their third free throw attempt of the game.
Boy, you talk about a guy who is a great rim runner. You're talking about Thomas Bryant. He's also able to make that face-up jump shot. Thomas Bryant just needs to stay healthy.
Bridges passes to Robinson. Out to Bridges. Plenty of space. It's hard on the wing. The three. The rebound by Turner.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
Halliburton against Brunson. Here's the screen by Bryant. For the lead, Halliburton finds Bryant. Good work defensively by Towns. Stolen by Bryant. Bryant, a screen on Bridges. Nembhard, the pass to Bryant. And he misses the go-ahead basket. New York has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Hart can't hit. Indiana's gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. On the wing, Bryant from outside the arc. The Knicks with the rebound. Towns has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Right side, Brunson. 29 seconds left in the third quarter. Clock at 6. Robinson, a screen on Bryant. Towns into the lane. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Boy, you love his toughness. You can tell that this young guy cares. The game is important to Karl Anthony Towns.
Bryant, the pass to Halliburton. Oh, taking the contact. Halliburton.
From Thomas Bryant.
7 seconds left in the third quarter. Pass to Towns for 3. 3 quarters of play and a close one here. New York out in front, up 1. And don't go away.
Come on, everyone.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. And the Knicks with the possession here. It's a 1-point game. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Josh Hart. And it's Robinson in at the center position. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks. Turner, a screen on Brunson. Halliburton goes. Turner passes to Halliburton. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Bryant.
This guy is not afraid to get physical. Thomas Bryant doing everything he can to fight to get the shot off.
And a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Knicks.
Well, you have to like what you've seen from them defensively. They've done well contesting shots and have managed to come away with some blocks, too.
Another thing I thought they did well was pressure. They forced a ton of turnovers, turned those opportunities into points.
Hart finds Bridges. Misses the 3.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Siakam, the pass to Bryant. Back to Siakam to take the lead. Hart with the defensive effort. And for New York, they're shooting it well at 59%. Oh, he picked him clean. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. Halliburton looking over the floor. Bryant, a screen on Brunson. 3-pointer. Halliburton drops in the 3. And the Pacers lead by 3.
That's the IQ of Tyrese Halliburton in pick-and-roll action. Always understands how to get the defender to bite.
Hart passes to Bridges. And it's going to be a 3-second call. Pacers leading by 3. We're just over a minute and a half now into the fourth. Here's Halliburton. Pass to Bryant. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist.
Well, the coaching staff encourages Halliburton to get involved in pick and rolls because he will pick you apart.
Bridges passes to Towns. Here's Brunson. Launches a three. That one's down for Brunson.
And that's a clutch shot by a big-time shooter. And where's the D?
Brunson against Halliburton. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now.
That's just a savvy move to draw the foul. And despite that young age, Halliburton like a seasoned veteran right there.
And good on the second, so he makes them both. Knicks trail by 4. Bridges outside. A touch under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Drives to the hoop. Count it.
If you overplay Mikal Bridges to take the jump shot, that's creating driving lanes, and he'll take advantage.
Here's Halliburton. Over Brunson. And once again, off the mark by Indiana. Hard against Siakam. And Hart with a basket on the assist by Bridges. Bridges has got 3 assists in the game. Here's Halliburton. Oh, that bucket gives him his 7th field goal in 12 tries.
Oh, big-time pivotal bucket, Tyrese Halliburton. We see you.
Here's Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Oh, needing a bucket there. Towns doesn't hesitate.
Halliburton against Brunson. Halliburton, the pass to Bryant. Another one falls for Indiana.
Talk about composure. Thomas Bryant under duress, no problem.
Outside Hart. Oh, nice finish from the low block. That one's good. Hart's gotten 4 this quarter.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
Halliburton, good.
We call that tough points from a tough guy, young Tyrese Halliburton.
Bridges passes to Towns. Bridges outside to the middle. Here's Robinson. Ooh, excellent D there from Turner. Here's Nembhard. And a miss there on the triple. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the Knicks. Here's Robinson. Money.
And the stakes were high right there. What a bucket.
I'll tell you, that changes things, doesn't it? Good job, young fella. What a game.
Here's Halliburton. Turner passes to Siakam. And here's Bryant outside. Towns with a rebound. Brunson surveys to take the lead. And it's in.
Jalen Brunson wants the ball in these moments, and there he shows you why. Big-time shot.
Halliburton kicks it out to Siakam. Pass to Bryant. Now Halliburton. Oh, bangs home the 3.
That's one of those clutch shots he's known for. When the pressure is high, he seems to be the most locked in.
It's Hart on the wing. No good. Robinson passes to Hart. Back to Robinson. Outside Brunson. For the win. And he hits it. Oh, but hang on now. Hold everything. The officials want to review it. Just yet. They're going to have to take a second look at this one on the replay monitor. This one's over if the original ruling of a basket stands. But we'll see. And no, the basket will not count. This game is over.
Oh my, talk about a heartbreaking loss. You just nailed the amazing buzzer beater, and then it's taken away.
And so the big win by Indiana in a tight game. And this was an emotional win for them, no doubt about it.
Just a fantastic accomplishment. You love how they just diffuse the energy in this.
Tonight, Clark, this is a contest the fans will love. It should be raining threes.
Hey, who doesn't love seeing the ball go in the basket? A bunch of points being scored. Fans, players, broadcasters, you and I both, we all enjoy when teams can shoot it with some efficiency from the three-point line. Space that floor and let it fly.
And now the New York Knicks starters. Anunoby out there with Josh Hart. Then it's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Bridges in at the two spot.
Chalk that up. Lopez won't miss many of those.
Bridges against Prince. Towns wide open from outside off the mark. And here is Portis. To the paint. Here's Giannis. And Giannis throws it down.
The sheer power of Antetokounmpo goes up and throws it down hard. That is impressive.
Towns for three. Hits it from three-point range.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Clark, there are some that would say that Giannis Antetokounmpo is the best player in Milwaukee Bucks history. Others might say Lou Alcindor. What do you say?
Hey, pump the brakes on that Giannis. I love the Greek freak. But I tell you, Kareem is my guy. I would tip my hat there, but I certainly understand why others would say, Giannis, I'm going to hang my hat with Kareem.
Now, Brunson. After the missed three from Lopez. And the dunk by Towns.
Virtually no way to stop Towns. He's extremely dangerous that close to the bucket.
Prince finds Giannis. And the rejection by Towns. Out of bounds, New York takes possession. New York's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Brunson the pass to Towns. And here comes the break. Here's Antetokounmpo. Offensive rebound. Kicks it out to Lillard. Second chance shot. It's rebounded by Towns. The Knicks have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Bridges passes to Hart. And the three ball is good.
One of Hart's favorite shots there, guys. Excellent recognizing when he has the room to pull the trigger.
And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Well, I was able to talk with Doc Rivers for a minute, and they're focused on limiting one of the best shooting bigs ever in Karl Anthony Towns. Now, Coach said earlier, Towns is a machine on the offensive end. We'll try to make Cat into a passer, get the ball out of his hands. We'll see if they can accomplish that. Kevin?
All right, thank you, David. Now Portis. After Jalen Brunson missing on that last three-pointer. Here's Lopez, and Lopez throws it down.
Outstanding distribution there. I mean, what impressive passing ability.
Towns looking it over. Off the left rim and out.
He has to make that one. I mean, you have to make the defense pay when they slough off of you like that.
And Clark, the debate around Karl Anthony Towns. Is he the greatest shooting big of all time?
Well, look, if you just want to go numbers, it's an emphatic yes. no 7-footer has ever shot it like Cat. Around 40% from 3 over his career. That's not just a 1 or 2 season deal. That's a multi-year career. So I say yes. I tell you, I mean, the confidence of Towns when he's facing up, really relaxed and comfortable to let it go without hesitation.
2 points. That one goes.
Well, I'd have to say Lillard is one of the game's best passers right now.
Here's Anunoby. Portis against Hart. Hart with the screen for Brunson. Hart wide open. He fires. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists in the game. Here's Prince. There's the drive. And the rebound goes to the Knicks.
You know, you don't always get that opportunity, so those are the ones you hate to miss.
And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Portis. Brunson against Lillard. Brunson the pass to Towns. New York moving the ball around. Clock at 6. The high post shot. Antetokounmpo pulls it in.
Tell you what, that is a missed opportunity from mid-range for sure. With as little defense as was shown, should have made that one.
6-second difference between shot and game clock. Prince outside. He's looking for Lopez and finds him. Shoots over Towns. Pass to Lillard. Prince outside. It's Antetokounmpo on the wing. Back to Prince. A second chance effort, and he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. It's the Knicks. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And when you consider how the Knicks are doing, guys, what are your thoughts?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
They've got them rattled. It's only the first quarter, and already they've made enough big plays on defense to last really an entire game.
They've got Brook Lopez. Antetokounmpo is out there with Bobby Portis. And it's Taurean Prince, and it's Lillard in at the point guard position. So that's who Milwaukee starts the second with. Now, here's Lillard. And talking about the Knicks, GA, do you feel they took a step forward last season?
I do. I mean, losing in 7 in the conference semis with all the injuries they had, that really kind of set them back. They ended that game 7 with the Pacers missing 4 of their starting 5. So, no doubt, expectations will be high.
The kick out to Anunoby. Hart with a screen on Giannis. And there's the foul. And it's on Taurean Prince. That is his first foul of the game. Hart with the screen for Bridges. The kick out to Anunoby. Towns for 3. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Bucks trail by 3. Second quarter of basketball, about 1 minute played so far. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
First personal foul.
That one goes on Anunoby.
And, you know, at almost 7 feet tall, Antetokounmpo is dangerous down inside, really. I mean, the defense has to be physical with him if they want to have a chance at preventing him from scoring in the paint.
And he can't hit the second. Clark, the last piece of the puzzle for Giannis Antetokounmpo, winning that 2021 NBA title.
And you know, Kevin, think about this. When Giannis got that ring, he also had 2 MVPs, a Defensive Player of the Year award. Man, that's accomplishing a lot at just 26. Well, you know, this is what happens. You can't afford to lose concentration even for a nanosecond.
Lopez against Towns. Towns, a screen on Lillard. Hart, that's good. Hart's got 10 points.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Now here's Prince. Hasn't made one yet. Here's Lopez. Doesn't get it to drop for him. Towns with the defensive effort. Hart kicks to Bridges. Up top, Hart, defended by Portis. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Damian Lillard. That is his first foul of the game. Hart with a screen on Lillard. Towns in the corner. This one for three. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. And now an 8-point Knicks lead.
And drifting to the corner and finding some space, Towns can exploit any gap in the defense.
Prince can't hit.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Towns, he's open. And again, it's New York.
Nice play, and you can see they're gathering momentum.
And, you know, they need to stay aggressive here. Build the lead up while they've got the chance. Don't waste this opportunity.
Lillard dishes to Lopez. Pass to Antetokounmpo. To halt the run. Good D by Anunoby. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. Only giving up 2 points this quarter. Towns kicks to Anunoby. Hart with the screen for Anunoby. Towns for three. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lopez outside. Prince against Bridges. Lillard outside. Carries it from three-point range. Lillard's got 5 points in the quarter. Drawing fouls, Clark getting to the line, all part of the game, but do you think players try and draw fouls too often now?
I do in some cases, but I think it's more on an individual basis. I mean, players have to do what they need to do to try to score the ball, but I don't think anybody likes, one, guys flopping the draw fouls, and then two, whining when fouls aren't called. Boy, he is so dangerous from this area, guys. Even when Giannis is defended tightly, he powers through it.
Towns against Lopez. Anunoby with the screen for Hart. Just 5 to shoot. Towns for three. Rebounded by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Pass to Lopez. Good D by Anunoby. The Knicks leading by 5. Bridges with it. Guarded now by Prince. Out left to the wing. Towns finds Hart. Towns a screen on Portis. And it's sent back by Lopez.
You could see Lopez tracking that shot the whole way. Nice awareness from him and a terrific rejection as well.
Antetokounmpo. And off the front iron, and in it goes. Now just a 3-point Knicks lead. Brunson the pass to Towns. Back to Brunson. A three, and some nice defense there to end the quarter. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Knicks lead by 3. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is... All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
And get ready for the half-court shot. Drums, ladies. They're thinking about the shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. You look at Towns, he's really been playing well.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of him.
Here's who Tom Thibodeau is starting the second half with. We've got Jalen Brunson. Hart is out there with Towns. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Bridges in a shooting guard. One of the best 3 and D wings in the league. Let's start with OG Anunoby, who excels from the corner.
And Kevin, about 45% on quarter threes the last couple seasons. So OG can space that floor horizontally. That's in addition to his elite defensive ability.
The Bucks have gone 2 of 4 at the free throw line. And he shows the focus there, nails the technical. Outside, Antetokounmpo. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Kicks it out to Lillard. Portis inside the three-point line. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 6 rebounds here tonight. On the wing, Anunoby. The kick out to Towns. Bridges outside. Towns sets the pick for Bridges. Back to Towns. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the miss. Bucks trail by 5. Portis, the pass to Lopez. Here's Giannis. Physical basketball from Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No matter how aggressive the defense is, it is tough to stop the Greek Freak.
Bridges finds Anunoby. New York moving the ball around. It's thrown by Antetokounmpo. Portis with it. Hart covering. Portis against Hart. Over in the corner, Antetokounmpo. Here's Lopez. Towns with the defensive effort. The Knicks leading by 3. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin, as always with Tom Thibodeau teams, they are level-headed. He said of his Knicks, we want guys to sacrifice and put the team first. But there has to be that belief. When your best players have it, your entire team ends up having it. We know if we stay disciplined, we'll have a chance to win. Kevin?
A very good chance, D.A. Thank you. Be on the clock, looking to get back on track here. Antetokounmpo, no good.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
How about Josh Hart making beautiful music all day long? They have no answer for him.
Lillard, the pass to Lopez. Outside Portis. Back to Lopez. Knicks with the rebound. They've led by as much as 10. Pass to Towns. Out to Bridges. Good, and the assist goes to Towns. Bridges has got the lead up to 10 now for the Knicks.
Loving the energy right now here in the third quarter as they try to take control of this game.
And I really think this is the time to do it because this is a real important juncture in the ball game right here.
Really, the right play defensively. If you can't block, force them to the line.
Yeah, exactly. Prevent the layup, give them a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
Anunoby kicks to Brunson. Anunoby with the screen for Towns. It's thrown by Antetokounmpo. From deep, Prince. Here's Lillard, and he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Hey, Lillard has all the talent in the world, but, man, this guy is a great leader. Lots of charisma, and he holds his teammates accountable.
And both free throws good for Damian Lillard.
He's as solid as it gets from the line. I mean, give him the opportunity. He's cashing in on those.
Brunson kicks to Hart. Bridges outside. Lopez against Towns. Back to Anunoby. 5 on the clock. Down low. Lopez grabs the board. Bucks trail by 7. Lillard scanning the floor. To the middle. And it's Lopez. Good time on the assist by Lillard. Lillard's got 3 assists in the game. It's Hart on the wing. Runs in the pass to Towns. New York, no good that time either.
And there have been some terrible shot choices here, Kev. That's not a good look at all.
Good defense. Better shot from Antetokounmpo.
Another night we see Giannis at his best. This defense doesn't have a clue as to how to guard him.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Antetokounmpo with the steal. Here's Portis. Bridges with some nice defense. Inside, here's Towns. They get a hand on it and out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession. And stolen by Anunoby. That shot missing. It's still anybody's game as we've reached the end of 3. Knicks out front. They lead by 3. And we'll get going after this from Milwaukee. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate it.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. Bobby Portis out there with Brook Lopez. And then there's Antetokounmpo. Then it's Damian Lillard, and it's Prince in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. Kicks it out to Prince. Pass to Lopez. Back to Prince. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Runs in the pass to Anunoby. 3-pointer. It's rebounded by Portis. Portis has got 6 rebounds now in the game. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Bridges with the steal.
And he was camped in just the right spot to swipe that pass away down low.
And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the Knicks.
All game long, they've had active hands and really out in the passing lanes. And that aggression on defense has resulted in a ton of steals.
And the defense has been disruptive, forcing turnovers, challenging shots. The turnovers they've been able to turn into points, too.
Just 4 to shoot. Here's Giannis. It's rebounded by Towns. Towns has got rebound number 8 now on the night. Pass to Hart. Towns sets the pick for Hart. Here's Brunson. The kick out to Anunoby. Back to Towns. Tries again. And the layup is good. 14 points for Karl Anthony Towns.
Throwing that weight around. Towns with 2 bonus points there.
And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. Lopez a screen. Portis, the pass to Lopez. It's rebounded by New York. On the wing, Bridges. Defended by Prince. Back to Bridges. Towns for 3. Drills it from outside.
Anthony Towns.
And it's a 12-point Knicks lead.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
Boy, it's been a 3-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
The steal. Towns against Lopez. Bridges inside the 3-point line. No good that time. Giannis with it. Bridges covering. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
Well, that's just an assertive play by Giannis against tough defense, drawing a foul and still getting the shot off.
That's good from Antetokounmpo. He hits one and misses one, each at the line.
You really have to appreciate and respect the spirit Giannis plays the game with, a beacon of energy and enthusiasm for his team. They all feed off of him with an attitude of joy and unselfishness.
Back to Lopez. He can't get that one to fall. Towns with the defensive effort. Bridges inside the 3-point line. And a little luck that time, but it drops. Bridges has got 4 points this quarter.
A capable shooter from all 3 levels, and Bridges with the smooth release.
Portis finds Lopez. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got rebound number 13 for him here tonight. And the shot goes in. And the Knicks lead by 15.
And this is going to end in a lopsided victory. I love the tenacity and aggressiveness as well as the ability to close
You really got to give it up here for New York.
Look at their number of assists.
You know, they didn't get stuck in those one-on-one situations, and they got the ball to the guys with the best matchups. Easy drives, open jumpers, and great ball movement.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, and he was aggressive rebounding the ball tonight. I think his aggressiveness on the glass helped set the tone.
And so Giannis will bring it up for Milwaukee. 15-point game to the right side. Lopez kicks to Portis. Another shot, and it's Lopez laying it in. Here's Bridges. Now the Knicks. With it. They're on a 15-5 run here. Antetokounmpo with the steal. Lopez with the ball. Bridges covering. And there's Lopez. That's good on the assist by Giannis.
And that's unselfishness right there. Full display. Giannis wanting to get it to open teammates.
Lopez against Brunson. So no problem for New York as they get the win. They came in here and took care of business like they were the home team.
And Kevin, how about the mental toughness that this group showed? They were never rattled at all by the opposing fans.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And now, our player of the game.
Take a look at this matchup. Both these teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, B.A. And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back-and-forth action in this one.
And now the opening lineup for New York. Mikal Bridges is out there with Jalen Brunson. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Josh Hart. And it's Towns in at the 4. Now here's Irving. Davis a screen. Irving the pass to Davis. And finished off by Davis.
I like seeing AD attack the offensive glass. He uses his length so well, just so long.
Screen by Robinson. Hart goes in, down low. And a big finish by Robinson.
Now, there are only a few players who can hit a teammate like that in stride. Beautiful assist.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Earlier, I spoke with Jason Kidd, and we discussed Mikal Bridges. Coach said Mikal creates a lot of problems with his movement off the ball. He keeps the defense on its toes. You can't allow him to get into a rhythm. And he also praised Bridges' on-ball defense. He'll be the focus of their game plan tonight. Brian?
And Allie, thank you for that. Now here's Towns. Towns on a screen. Just 5 to shoot. Hart can't hit. For Dallas, they've gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Pass to Bridges. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Brunson against Irving. Brunson on the drive. And the foul on Anthony Davis. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
About a minute and a half through the first quarter. Here's Brunson outside. Robinson passes to Brunson. Outside Hart. 6 to shoot. The kick out to Brunson. And the ball is tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
That's a jump ball.
Thompson with it, and it's Brunson picking him up. From deep. Thompson, no good.
Defense dodged a bullet that time.
This Knicks team, they've taken on the identity of their head coach. Well,
lots of scuttlebutt about him as the coach. And then they brought in players that kind of fit the coach. They play hard, they play defense first, they play a ton of minutes, but this team is gritty and they don't give up.
Now here's Davis. Just 5 on the clock. This one for 3. Again, the miss by Dallas. New York has gone 1 of 4 from deep. Bridges passes to Hart. Towns for 3. Knocks it down from distance.
A fantastic three-point shooter. You gotta guard Towns from the corners especially.
Fires from the wing. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. To the inside. Back to Brunson. Bridges outside.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Towns a screen on Irving. Bridges passes to Towns. Second chance effort. Kyrie Irving clears the rebound. Mavericks trail by 3. And it's Thompson that time on the assist by Lively. Thompson's got 5.
I mean, he can just put in difficult shots from time to time, not affected at all by the contact.
Just a strong finish there, guys.
Hey, needed just one hand to do it. Gafford with a screen on Brunson. Irving to pass to Gafford. Good on the shot.
So good at knowing when to shoot and when to pass off the screen. Kyrie Irving dictating the defense that time.
Bridges finds Hart. Irving against Brunson. And the shot goes.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
Now here's Davis. Oh, breaks the dunk off the deceptive pump fake. Inside. The kick out to Brunson. Pass to Towns. For three, Bridges. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. Bridges has gotten his second bucket.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down three, he can add it to the list.
And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for New York. 6-point lead. And he gets that one. He's got 5.
Now, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Here's Irving. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a 3-point play.
Kyrie exceptional at taking the hit and then somehow creating a release angle towards the rim.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw. There's 18 seconds left to play in the first. Here's Towns. Out to Bridges. It's stolen by Irving. Well, offense is the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. New York out in front. They're up by 5. And the second quarter about to get started. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, guys, what's your take on the Knicks so far?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
It felt like they knew that there were openings in transition and just wanted to keep trying to feed that, get out quick.
Daniel Gafford is out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Klay Thompson. Then it's Kyrie Irving. And it's Lively in at the small forward. So that's who Dallas starts the second with. New York leading by 5. Brunson passes to Bridges. To the paint. And it's powered home by Towns.
Yeah, going right for the iron. Towns muscling his way through.
Here's Irving. Drops in the layup for 2. Irving's got 5 now.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
Hart passes to Brunson. Back to Hart. Puts up a 3. And the rebound goes to Dallas. And about a minute gone in the second quarter. Over to the left wing. Irving for 3. And it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns. New York has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Brunson finds Towns. The three-pointer off the mark. Mavericks trail by 5. Thompson in the post. Towns on him. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Brent, how much importance do you put on coaching at the pro level?
Well, B.A., it's huge, and I think the best coaches in the league are the best relationship builders. I mean, it's not about the tactics. Everybody's running the same plays and trying to take advantage of the same things. It really comes down to the connectivity between the coach and understanding each and every player you have on your team.
These calls can be so difficult for officials to make.
And here in the second with about a minute and a half gone by. Towns passes to Brunson. Towns is screen on Davis. Back to Towns. The shot from the low post is good. Towns has got 4 points this quarter.
Brunson with a great job of just the setup on that play.
Here's Irving. Oh, Robinson with a block. Hart from long range. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. And it's an 8-point New York lead.
His three-point shot looks so pure. The defense allowing him to get comfortable out there.
For 3, Gafford. Out to Thompson. Irving against Brunson. Lets the 3 fly. Here's Gafford. Got a piece of it. It's stolen by Hart. Here's Brunson. And so ball out of bounds. Thompson touched it last. Stolen by Gafford. Tipped. Outside Davis. Outside Irving. Davis with a screen on Brunson. Irving for three. Another miss by Irving. Knicks leading by 8. And Klay Thompson picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
And there's just one foul now away from the penalty.
Here's Brunson. They lead by 8. Biggest lead of the game. Pass to Hart. No one near him. And it's good as he snugs it right through the net. Hart's got 8.
Hart just whipping it away quickly, not giving the defender time to close out.
Thompson passes to Irving. Will it go? Again, Irving missing.
Something's off about him this quarter.
Well, he's missing, and it's starting to affect a little bit in his body language, and you just don't want to see that.
Towns a screen on Irving. Bridges passes to Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
Yeah, making the smart pass there. I mean, Bridges doesn't just hold the ball.
Pass to Lively. Gafford with a screen on Hart. Lively passes to Irving. The three is up. Nails it from beyond the arc. Irving's got 5 points now this quarter.
And Irving is so difficult to stay with in the pick and roll. The moment he gets that kind of room, he's going to pull.
Brunson misses. Mavericks trail by 9. On the wing, Irving. Robinson defending. Again, Irving missing. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for New York. They held a 12-point lead earlier. Pass to Brunson. Towns, a screen on Davis. Back to Bridges. Here's Towns. Count that one. He's scoring at a nice clip. He's 6 of 9 tonight.
And what a luxury to have a big man who can score like Towns. He's been unstoppable here.
Gafford the screen. Irving, the pass to Gafford. On the wing, Thompson. Davis with a screen on Bridges. And here's Thompson for 3. Hits a three-pointer. 10 points for him.
Well, for poster guys, it's usually dunks, but I wouldn't mind a Klay Thompson jump shot poster to look at on a nightly basis.
The shot by Towns, no good. Outside Davis. Gafford the screen. Free throw line jumper. Got it.
And he knows he can make this shot. I mean, clearly there's no indecision for him from there.
There's something to be said about knowing yourself. It allows him to shoot and shoot.
Okay, Allie, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter. Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
They're just way too easy out there, and I'm sure Coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
And on the floor for Tom Thibodeau as we get into the second half. They've got Josh Hart. Mikal Bridges is out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Robinson in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Towns on a screen. Shot is up. They get it back. Bridges outside to the left side wing. Towns, left side. 6 on the shot clock. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
For a big, Towns is an effective free throw shooter. You really can't give him too many looks from the line.
So he gets them both.
Well, a big fella with the ability and confidence at the free throw line is something that every team wants. You don't have to make those late substitutions. Keep your big guys on the floor.
Irving, the pass to Davis. Back to Irving. Davis with a screen on Brunson. Out to Thompson. The 3. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Towns has got 6 rebounds in the game. Outside Brunson. Towns on a screen. Brunson driving. Soft touch off the glass. Brunson's got his second basket.
Now, guys don't want to guard someone like Jalen Brunson. He just keeps coming.
Gafford with a screen on Brunson. Irving, the pass to Thompson. Irving up top. Another shot. And that'll be Dallas's ball as it goes out of bounds. Mavericks able to keep the possession. Just over 1.5 minutes have passed in the third quarter. Thompson, that's good.
Sometimes you don't get this kind of aggressive Klay Thompson on the offensive end, but the teammates love to see it.
Outside Brunson. Robinson, a screen on Gafford. Here's Brunson. Kicks it out Towns. Fires from deep. And score it. That now makes him 7 for 11 in this game.
Taking his shot, and Towns doesn't think, he just acts.
Looking to get back on track. Out to Thompson. Stolen by Bridges. And here we go. The Knicks in transition. Towns finds Robinson. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Uses the glass on the layup. And now it's a 9-point Knick lead.
Yeah, it's pretty much a power play for Robinson. He's got the ability to just shrug off the defenders.
Davis with a screen on Brunson. Irving, the pass to Davis. Over Towns. Davis, a screen. Pass to Gafford. Clock at 6. Irving looking around. No good from outside.
Well, he's using the force, but in the worst way possible right now. He just needs to dial it back and look to work the ball around the floor to his teammates.
Towns has got room. Boy, clanks that one off the back iron and it falls. Towns has got 20 points.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
And his perimeter shooting might be the key to trimming their deficit.
Well, he's doing everything he can to make them competitive. And by everything, I mean draining threes.
Minute 32 left to play in the third. Here's Irving. Pass to Gafford. Lively against Hart. Lively passes to Irving. Can't get the bucket from 20 feet out.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him.
And it goes. As the official calls the foul, count it, and he'll shoot one more at the line. Brent, everyone loves an underdog story, and there's few better than that of Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, this kid falling into the second round and all the perception around whether or not he was big enough or can he shoot the ball, is he athletic enough? This guy has continued to work hard every year and turn himself into an all-star and an all-NBA player. Good aggressiveness from Anthony Davis, ready to shoot it as soon as that ball touched his fingertips.
Outside Robinson. Over to the wing. Robinson, a screen on Davis. Here's Towns. Second chance shot. Good work there as it goes. Towns has got 9 points now in the quarter.
How about that? The big man, Mitchell Robinson, able to find a teammate.
Davis with a screen on Brunson. Oh, there's the alley. Count that one.
Well, that's how you draw it up right there. A screen to shed the defense, a quick move to the bucket, and you get the lay-in.
Towns passes to Brunson. Towns a screen on Irving. From the elbow. Brunson misses.
That's a shocker there. Did not expect him to miss from that range. He's got to be shooting close to 60% from there.
Outside Irving. And so it's New York, up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. Well, it's clear the defense... And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
You know, anytime a guy's in the post and the teammates know he's unselfish, great player movement can create an opportunity just like that.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Derek Lively is out there with Davis. Then it's Kyrie Irving, then it's Thompson, and it's Gafford in at the center position. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas.
Really quick release there from Brunson. Let that one go in a hurry.
Davis with a screen on Brunson. Brunson against Irving. Davis a screen. 6 on the shot clock. Three-pointer off the mark.
I know he's on a cold streak, but he can't let that get in his head.
Especially if you're a player that doesn't get a lot of shot attempts, but otherwise the mindset is, I just got to get the next one to go. And you don't want to put that much pressure on yourself.
New York leading by 10. Robinson passes to Brunson. Towns outside. A few possessions into the fourth. Just over a minute played. Thompson outside. Irving against Brunson. Gafford with a screen on Brunson. Irving. Another miss by Irving.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Takes a three. Brunson misses. And so Thompson will bring it up for the Dallas Mavericks. It's a 10-point game. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
And even though he couldn't send the shot back at him, he certainly altered it.
Yeah, that's the kind of energy that you want to see on every possession throughout the game.
Back to Brunson. Screen by Robinson. The kick out to Brunson. Jacks up a three. Gafford grabs the miss. Robinson with a steal. Pass to Hart. Outside Brunson. Off the mark there with a three. Mavericks trail by 10. Lively passes to Gafford. Irving with it. Deflects the pass. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges.
Almost had the steal. You have to love the pressure defense.
Yeah, pestering right now, and that's going to pay some dividends. At some point, there's going to be a turnover.
Davis with a screen on Brunson. Pass to Davis. Irving against Brunson. To win the cold spell.
Brunson, a pesky defender, keeping those hands and feet active.
Hart from long range. Tipped away. It's stolen by Irving. Three-pointer. He drops it from range.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open at the three-point line.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth, showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance. But I love when guys still use fundamentals to box out and rebound. He cleared his man out effectively on the box and then stepped towards the ball to grab it.
Mavericks trail by 10. Oh, Thompson from deep three-point land. Towns with a rebound. Towns has got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Brunson finds Hart. Fades. Count that bucket.
He didn't need to fade back. No one in his face, but he buried it anyway.
Irving attacking. Yep, that one goes.
Look, this guy, Kyrie Irving, has incredible confidence when he's going inside to finish over the deep.
Takes the three. That's in there. Davis with the assist.
That's one of the best three-point shooters. You got to try to scramble the Jets right here and get that guy off the sweet spot. Leaping ability is off the charts. Not the biggest power forward, but outstanding at rising up off the ground.
Lets it fly. Gafford passes to Lively. Outside for Davis. And it's off from three-point range. The Knicks have gotten 4 of 9 shots to go in during this fourth quarter. Outside Robinson. Pass to Bridges. Top of the key. The kick out to Brunson. And it's blocked by Davis.
What an impactful defensive presence. AD is outstanding at coming up with blocks.
And they came in here with some attitude, and it brought out their best play.
Yeah, looks like a veteran team tonight, getting out on the road, playing with assertiveness, confidence, fully in control for this win.
No good on that one.
It's got to be something else to be a teammate of Irving's. What a generational talent.
And he's able to hit the second one, and that brings him within 10. Bridges against Thompson. Fires the three. And there's Bridges. That's good. On the assist from Robinson.
You got to give them respect. They're doing everything they can to close this out.
You love that the guys are staying aggressive late in this ball game, just not wanting to let go of the rope.
Oh, it's stolen by Towns. And now we've got an intentional foul.
And I'll tell you what, this game is in the books. Not quite sure why they're delaying the inevitable by fouling.
And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. And so it's the Knicks taking care of business in this one. Boy, a nice win on the road. By the time this one was winding down, this building was stone
star.
A great way to finish the week strong. Oh, we've got quite the matchup in store tonight, Doris. Two conference rivals set to clash once again.
And BA, there's typically a little bit of chippiness because it is clear these two teams don't like each other, and you and I are here for all of it.
Now, New York starting five. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Josh Hart. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. Then there's Jalen Brunson. And it's Bridges in a shooting guard. Now here's Towns. Robinson, a screen on Siakam. Here's Hart. No good on his first attempt of the game. Turner against Robinson. Left side Brunson. Pure from three-point range.
That's business right there. Jalen Brunson, the catch, shoot, and on to the next play.
We'll now go to Allie LaForce, who spoke with Rick Carlisle. Allie.
I discussed with Coach how difficult it is to guard Jalen Brunson. He initially joked. He said, "You'll have to ask my guys that." Jalen is a really gritty, confident player. We can't let him get into a rhythm early or we're going to be in trouble. We'll have to keep our eye on how well this defense does against Brunson. Guys?
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Brunson against Halliburton. Down low. Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Well, Mitchell Robinson will take it to the rim with authority every chance he gets.
And Doris, you talk about the bounciest big men in the association. Mitchell Robinson's on the short list.
Come on now, this guy is a game changer as a lob threat and rim protector. He's grown up so much in terms of avoiding foul trouble, and he's putting in the work on the offensive end. Mitchell Robinson is a big-time player.
The Knicks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Hart finds Brunson. Now here's Robinson. The rebound by Turner. The Pacers have gone 1 of 4 to begin this one. Here's Halliburton. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Yeah, give Halliburton credit for staying with the play. You've got to be able to fend off that defense and still finish.
The rebound by Turner.
Well, it's a make-or-miss league. Sometimes the Jays just don't fall. It wasn't a bad shot.
Nembhard, the pass to Bryant. Blocked! And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges. Halliburton for 3. Stolen by Bridges. Brunson with it. Halliburton picks him up. Hart passes to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Let's see if that serves as a momentum builder. What a great sequence for this group.
Halliburton, the pass to Turner. Oh, and he blocks it off the glass. Wow. Towns down low. Covered by Bryant. Bridges misses. Pacers trail by 3. Here's Nembhard. Oh, and Towns with the block.
Outstanding anticipation from Cat right there. He sends that thing back to another zip code.
Here's Halliburton. No good. That would have tied it. 1:58 left in the first quarter. Doris, it's hard to believe the Knicks title drought has gone on for over 50 years now.
Oh, that fan base is just dying for an opportunity to win the championship. And here's the thing, B.A., what I love about that fan base, through all the years where the Knicks struggled, on any given night, that building is as electric as any in the league.
It's time to take a glance again at that superb block.
I mean, letting them know up front that he's on the hunt tonight and eager to knock away shots. I love it.
Turner passes to Nembhard. And it's all tied up.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Brunson with it. Siakam covering. Outside Hart. Here's the 3. Drains the triple.
Both teams are starting to find a rhythm here.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Halliburton, good.
Yeah, great work on the interior. Halliburton, easy work inside.
Halliburton against Brunson. Pass to Hart. Towns outside. with a screen on Bryant. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too. And he'll go to the line. It's going to be on Thomas Bryant. And the Pacers started last season all offense, Grant. But even they knew that would not be sustainable.
Yeah, Coach Carlisle prodded them to at least get to average on the defensive end. And there's no question they have the tools to do it. I mean, he can do it all. Shoot, facilitate, great skills for the young Halliburton.
Tyrese Halliburton.
And both free throws good for Halliburton.
This is about the last guy you want to send to the stripe right now. They keep fouling him, and he keeps making them.
Robinson on the wing. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. Robinson's got 6 points.
Well, you want Mitchell Robinson to finish with strength and authority, and he does there.
Halliburton, the pass to Turner. Turner, a screen on Brunson. Halliburton with the ball. And Bridges picks him up defensively. 4 on the clock. And once again, off the mark by Indiana. Here's Brunson. And that's not going to go. Misses at the buzzer. And that concludes the first quarter of play. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And from what we've seen from New York, what's your take so far?
It's simple. The main takeaway from the first quarter is they're winning this game with defense.
I think across the board, a number of guys have done a great job guarding multiple positions.
Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Miles Turner out there with Thomas Bryant. And it's Siakam in at the 3. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Now here's Halliburton. Bryant outside. Halliburton looking over the floor. Pass to Siakam. Out of bounds. It'll be New York's ball. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Brian, the Pacers love to push it up. Tyrese Halliburton said, it's our biggest strength. Teams don't want to run with us. They know when you play us, have your track shoes ready, especially if you're coming off of a back-to-back or you have a packed schedule. You do not want to see us. Brian, they have their identity.
No doubt about that, and it starts with him. The hard work that Brunson has put in over the years, it really shows in his game, Doris.
I'll tell you this about Jalen Brunson. As his coach likes to say, he may not pass the eye test, but he passes the win test. Unbelievable footwork, fundamentals, and a clutch gene. Love Jalen Brunson's game.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Knicks.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
You've also got to love how their defense has been contesting so far, denying shooters to this point.
Now here's Siakam. No points so far. Back to Bryant. Nembhard outside. Pass to Halliburton. On the wing, Bryant goes back up. The Pacers again can't hit.
That's the shot they wanted. It just didn't fall.
I think expect them to go back to it because that's the kind of shot this offense is designed to generate.
Here's Brunson. 10-point lead. This is their biggest of the game. Brunson driving. It's Bridges on the wing. He's guarded by Nembhard. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. Eldor, since he was traded out of Phoenix, Mikal Bridges' scoring numbers have skyrocketed. Why is that?
Well, number one, he's worked hard to develop his skill on the offensive end. He came in as a 3 and D guy, but what he's proven is he can handle the basketball, he can initiate action. You love the work ethic that went into that.
Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball. Pacers trail by 11. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket.
Turner, a screen on Hart. And here's Siakam for 3. And it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns. Towns has got 6 rebounds now in the game.
What a setup by Karl Anthony Towns. Knew his team had to capitalize on that opening.
Halliburton against Brunson. Halliburton, the pass to Bryant. And he can't stop the drought. Another miss.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
Here's Hart. Got it. Makes him 4 for 6 from the floor.
And they're really rolling right now. That lead keeps getting bigger and bigger.
And one of the things that's helped that is they're getting it done on both ends. Terrific focus on offense, and they're locked in defensively.
Brunson with it. He's against Bryant. Hart from long range. Back to Brunson. Hart against Siakam. Bryant, a screen on Hart. Siakam, a pass to Bryant. Nembhard outside. Fires for 3. And it's New York with a rebound. Robinson's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
Big time slam by Karl Anthony Towns. Love when he's playing with this sort of aggression.
Pacers trail by 17. Siakam looking it over. That one drops for him.
Want to score in the NBA? Hicks can really force the D to make tough choices.
Outside Brunson. That 3's off the mark.
It's tough to get open in this league, and when you do, it hurts not to capitalize.
Siakam finds Turner. Nice dish, and the layup goes down.
Miles Turner has great versatility, so he can score from anywhere, but right there is his bread and butter.
Pass to Towns. 3-pointer. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Halliburton outside. Beyond the arc. Oh, yes, sir! Halliburton from deep.
Yeah, this is his game, right? Halliburton wants you to forget how deadly he is from 3-point territory. Look out.
Towns for 3. That bucket makes him 3 for 5.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Back to Halliburton. The finish inside from Halliburton.
Well, there's an unpredictability to his offensive game. He is always keeping the defense off balance.
And so it's the New York Knicks closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. The hustle they've shown on defense has been tremendous. Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be right back to begin the third quarter right after this.
Direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the Fan half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're thinking about the shot.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it's been a runaway. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the Knicks. 17 points was their biggest margin. And on the floor for Tom Thibodeau as we get into the second half. Josh Hart is out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Mikal Bridges. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. And it's Brunson in at the 1. Pass to Hart. Just 4 to shoot. No good on the 3. Pacers trail by 11. And here's Nembhard to the inside. Oh, got a piece of it. Robinson with a steal. Here's Towns. Banked it in off the glass. Towns has got 10 points.
Yeah, this team is at its best when Towns is looking to establish himself on the interior.
Bryant, a screen on Brunson. Here's Halliburton knifing in, and the bucket is good. He's got 13. And Doris, some use the term stocks to add up steals and blocks. Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama's stocks are through the roof.
Well, in fact, since the turn of the century, only 5 rookies ever have averaged over 3, quote, stocks per game. Victor and Chet are both on that list. And listen, if you're a passionate NBA fan, you are so excited about these 2 young men. The size and the skill and the eye-popping things they're doing on a nightly basis. The NBA is in good hands.
The kick out to Brunson. Hart with it. Halliburton picks him up. And here's Brunson from the arc. Oh, it's stolen by Siakam. It's an even 3-on-3 break. On the wing, Nimhart. He's guarded by Bridges. And they're pushing it up. The kick out to Brunson. Let's go with a three. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. Towns has got 3 assists in the game. Pacers trail by 14. Nimhart outside. Pass to Turner. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Second personal foul.
It's going to go on Mitchell Robinson.
Well, Miles Turner understands how to use his size and length. Doesn't matter if he's blocking shots or going for his high release point jump shot.
The definition of a stretch 5, Doris. Miles Turner. He's led the league in blocks, and he can hit a 3.
And it's such a valuable asset for this basketball team. When Turner is on the floor, you've got to be aware of where he is in range, and then Miles is going to protect the rim with the absolute best of them.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey, Brian. Well, in today's high-scoring NBA, every position has to be a threat. All-star Donovan Mitchell said, "We're getting away from the point guards who are just floor generals. It's passing and scoring that you're starting to see, and your level of scoring allows you to be a better playmaker. Teams have to respect that."
No doubt, Allie. Thank you. Outside Hart. Bridges, right side. Back to Hart. Puts up a 3. And again, New York with the triple.
You know, guys, that's the selfless attitude of Mikal Bridges. So willing to give it up to an open guy.
Nimhart, the pass to Bryant. Misses in close. Knicks leading by 16. Robinson in the post. He's against Turner. Robinson can't hit. The Pacers have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. The shot by Nimhart, no good. New York has got 7 of their 16 three-point attempts to go in. Hart passes to Robinson. Out to Bridges. Shoots. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
And it's powered home by Towns.
Come on now, that is 6'11", 240-plus pounds. Karl Anthony Towns on the deck to the cup. Good night.
And then Turner with the dunk.
And it's so hard to stop the putback when you let him live at the rim like that.
Boy, once he gets his hands on it around the rim, it's too late.
How about the activity level, the effort level? This team right now feeding off his energy.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
There's 42 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Bridges with it. He's picked up by Nimhart. Outside Hart. Kicks it out Towns. Launches it. It's rebounded by Indiana.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Turner passes to Bryant. Here's Nimhart. Offline with a 3. Bridges against Siakam. To the middle. Outside Hart. Pass to Brunson. Towns, a screen on Halliburton. Open shot from Brunson. Here's Towns. No good. Misses at the buzzer. And so it's New York in control with this. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
Well, this is why great point guard play is so critical in today's NBA. And you see it right there on display.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Halliburton and Nimhart, the 1 and the 2. Thomas Bryant out there with Miles Turner. And it's Siakam in at the 3 spot. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Back to Halliburton. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A three-point play opportunity. And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for New York.
Well, the coaching staff has to love what they're seeing on offense. There's so many assists because how this team is moving the ball.
And the other thing, guys, that they've been very effective at is shooting the long-range jumpers. The defense has been having trouble closing out to them in this game in particular. Listen, that's a shot he can make, but obviously the defense okay letting him shoot it.
Nembhard, good.
A guard who can do it all. Halliburton is solid at feeding the rock to his guys.
Pass to Bridges. Towns on a screen. Bridges with it. Halliburton picks him up. Towns. Outside Hart. Now Brunson. Towns a screen on Bryant. Here's Brunson. Great D that time from Halliburton. Takes it inside. The shot no good. Nice D from Bridges. Here's Brunson. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. And the Knicks lead by 15.
We call that, folks, the stop and pop. Jalen Brunson with the pull-up J.
Halliburton, no good. For New York, they've gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter. Out to Bridges. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth now. All sorts of time. Pascal Siakam with a rebound. Siakam's got a rebound number 5 here tonight. On the wing, Nembhard. Kicks it out to Bryant. Lets it go from deep. Gets the 3 to fall.
Boy, no hesitation whatsoever. Thomas Bryant and catch and shoot. Go ahead, sir.
Bridges outside. Screen by Robinson. Goes up from the top of the key. Indiana with a rebound. Turner's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Bridges against Bryant to the paint. Siakam, the pass to Turner. And Mitchell Robinson picks up the foul. That's his 3rd foul so far.
Second team foul.
A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth.
Well, really good effort on defense from Jalen Brunson, really making it hard on his man to try to score.
Towns outside, fires the 3, sends it home from three-point land.
Woo! That man is laser focused. Now, that's bad defense for a team that has a long way to go to catch up.
Well, credit the offense, though. If you're going to come with casual defensive effort, this team's responsibility is to take advantage, and they do.
Siakam against Hart. Siakam, the pass to Bryant. And that'll be Indiana's ball as it goes out of bounds. Pacers able to keep the possession. .149 left in the final quarter. Here's Nembhard. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. And certain guys are just solid with what they do. Doris, I think that applies to Andrew Nembhard.
Yeah, I think it does, B.A., because whenever he's out there, there's the steadying presence he brings. And that is while competing at a high level on the defensive end. His competitive toughness might be his best attribute.
Towns with the ball. Now guarded by Bryant. Brunson against Halliburton. Brunson on the drive. Right wing. Hart passes to Brunson. 5 to shoot. For 3, Bridges. Pacers with a rebound. Turner's got the glass covered here tonight. That's 11 boards for him. Nembhard outside. And here's Bryant outside. And it's New York with a rebound. They led by as many as 18.
Well, now it's just a matter of watching the sand fall through the hourglass. This game is wrapped up and a strong showing for the Knicks.
They were the more accurate club. And in the end, that made the difference, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., you have to love their strategy. And even more, you love the execution.
And what a huge performance it was for Karl Anthony Towns.
Boy, I think he made his presence felt in the paint more than anywhere else. This guy's rebounding numbers were outstanding. He controlled the glass.
52 seconds left to play in the fourth. Outside Robinson. Back to Bridges. Inside. And Turner with the block.
Well, you're talking 6'11" and big-time length. Send it back, Mr. Turner.
Shots good by Hart.
What a performance tonight. Getting a win like this on the road is such a boost.
You've got to be able to block out all distractions in enemy territory. This team did a tremendous job staying focused on the task at hand.
The Pacers again can't hit. They can simply hold on to the ball here.
No question, B.A. They deserve the win.
Yes, it's good.
Well, exactly where you want Robinson taking advantage offensively. Use the length and size to score inside.
And so New York takes this one by a big margin. A statement road victory. So impressive.
Statement indeed, B.A. It was in enemy territory, but they controlled the game and took the crowd completely out of it. That's how you win on the road.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and Doris Burke, I'm Brian Anderson.
A well-dressed group of Timberwolves as they made their way to the locker room. And thanks for tuning in to the NBA. And on paper, Greg, this might seem like a potential blowout. Here we go. But anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. They've got Embiid, Maxey out there with Paul George. Then there's Oubre, and it's Drummond in at the center position. Embiid makes it off the glass.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Edwards kicks to Randall. Reed with a screen for Randall. From the stripe. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops.
And he's not going to miss many of those, especially that wide open.
And it is dangerous to let him get it going this early.
Now, here's Maxey. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
Edwards with it. George picks him up. McDaniels kicks to DiVincenzo. Randall a screen on Maxey. Randall outside. 4 on the shot clock. Minnesota needs to get off a shot here. And the wide open shot from Reed knocks down the 3 ball. Reed's got 5 points so far.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
And standing 6'9", Jaden McDaniels possessing tremendous length for a perimeter defender.
Yeah, Kevin, and he can really move his feet, too. Jaden McDaniels is clearly one of the best and most versatile perimeter defenders in the league.
Here's Randall. 76ers getting the bucket. Reed the pass to Edwards. That shot is off. Good D by Drummond. George against McDaniel. And Drummond kicks to Embiid. Back to Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
Yeah, I love the aggressiveness from Drummond. Fighting for his shot while taking the foul.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the 76ers.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
And something else that's working for them is ball movement. A lot of their points so far have come as a result of smart plays.
Reed with the block. And now the fast break. Edwards with the ball. There's McDaniels off target at the rim. The 76ers lead. And here in the first, about 3 minutes in, pass to Drummond. And it comes off the front of the rim.
And that's one he wants back, just wide open. But
oh, wow, what a great move inside.
That is incredible. Wow, this is how explosive Edwards can be. He finishes with such force at the rim.
Now, here's Maxey. Embiid with a screen on DiVincenzo. Maxey passes to Oubre. A 3 ball. Kept alive. Drummond. Back to Maxey. To the inside. And Drummond throws it down.
And that's 280 pounds crashing the glass. Drummond bullying his way there on that second chance bucket.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. At this point in his career, Paul George says he's in bully mode. He said, every night I'm on the floor, I'm there to dominate. Whether it's being more physical or going right at whoever I got to go at, you're going to feel me. I'm having that approach every time. I'm there to destroy you. Kevin? Wow.
I love it, though, D.A. Got to admit it. Awful powerful. Thank you. And they recover it. And George kicks to Maxey. Drummond with a screen on DiVincenzo. And that one's good. Maxey.
And in that pick and roll action, you have to stop the ball first. Maxey too good with the rock in his hand.
Out to the right wing. Reed finds McDaniel. Back to Reed. Good D by Drummond.
doesn't register as a block, but he did everything you want defending that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
Oubre outside. Lets the three fly. And it's Drummond missing. Outside Edwards. Driving inside. And he lays it straight in. Edwards got his second bucket of the game to go.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Yeah, you got to love that kind of effort. Getting in there and fighting through the defense.
And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. 76ers lead by 3. And we'll get it going after this from the Target Center. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And guys, what's your take so far on Philadelphia?
I mean, the rebounding was the difference in that first period. You've got to block these guys out.
Hey, look, it's simple. More rebounds means more possessions, and that's clearly been their priority.
And so in the game for the 76ers, Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's George. Then there's Maxey. And it's Oubre in at the 3, the small forward. Embiid, no good.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. Oubre outside. Embiid the pass to Maxey. Back to Embiid. To the middle. Here's Oubre. Rebound Minnesota.
Suffocating defense to keep the layup from falling.
Edwards with it. George picks him up. Randall, no stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a three-point play. Andre Drummond picks one up. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Minnesota.
Well, they're in a great flow. The ball's moving. All those assisted buckets means the offense is running well.
And the other thing I've been impressed with, guys, is their assertiveness at attacking the paint, trying to hunt for those high percentage looks.
The 3 from George. Here's Drummond, and good work on the boards. They pick up the second chance points. Drummond's got 7 points in the game.
Well, if Drummond's going to score, the paint is where it's going to happen.
Randall no good. 76ers have gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter, going just 1 for 5. And George kicks to Maxey. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. That 3 off the mark. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. Only giving up 2 points this quarter. Edwards bursting inside.
Hey, good luck stopping Edwards when he puts his head down and attacks the basket.
Maxey passes to Oubre. Drummond the screen. Oubre kicks to Drummond. Outside, Maxey. George finds Drummond. Reed with the rebound.
Not really what we expected. You know he wants that one back.
From past the arc. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Drummond's got 6 rebounds in the game. Last year, coach, as you know, the Timberwolves making it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, that equaled their deepest run in team history. Dropping that series to the Mavs. Minnesota has never been to the finals. One of 5 franchises who've yet to get there.
76ers trailing. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed in this second quarter of play. Drummond sets the screen for Embiid. Ball's knocked loose. George passes to Embiid. No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. Edwards against Oubre. Randall a screen on Maxey. Reed the pass to Randall. Here's McDaniels. to Reed. Releases. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
And I was sure that was money on that one, but everyone is afforded an easy miss or two.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
Maxey passes to Embiid. And here's the fast break. Near the three-point line, it's DiVincenzo. And once again off the mark by Minnesota. Oubre kicks to George. To the paint, trying to end the drought. He's off on that one. Minnesota in the lead. Here's Edwards. Edwards making a statement.
Well, look, you can't let Edwards get this close to the rim because he will dunk it on you.
Drummond finds Embiid. Drummond sets the screen for Embiid. From deep three-point land. Again, Embiid missing.
And he's a good shooter from outside, but not sure from that deep.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's jacking him up from way out there these days. You want guys to stay within themselves.
And a close game so far. All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, and just look at the numbers from the first half. He has been very efficient.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Randall out there with Reed. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Right now, I send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Sixers have their superstar in Joel Embiid, but Coach Nick Nurse says they have to maximize him in different ways. Nurse said unpredictability is the key. We have to relieve some of the pressure. Guys are overplaying and sending multiple players at him, and we have to find easy baskets out of it. Kevin?
Makes a lot of sense, David. Thank you.
So much force. Easy money for Drummond.
DiVincenzo passes to Reed. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Reed's got the lead up to 4 now for Minnesota. Hey, Greg, you talk about toughness, a compete factor. How does a team create that culture?
Call it critical mass. When you have the entire organization and enough players committed to that kind of effort, everyone has to meet that level.
McDaniels finds Randall. McDaniels a screen on Embiid. Here's Reed. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Randall's got 3 assists in the game. Maxey passes to George. Drummond in the post. Guarded by Reed. Down low. Count that one. And the Timberwolves lead has been cut to just 3 points on the basket from Andre Drummond.
And this is who Drummond can be, an offensive anchor who can dominate once he gets cooking.
Reed misses. And it's Drummond with the ball. They'll bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. Embiid inside. He's against Reed. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a 3-point play chance here for him.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
Minnesota's gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the third quarter. Out to Edwards. Edwards slashing in. The Timberwolves working the ball around. McDaniel sets a screen for Randall. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Drummond's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. Embiid with it. Now defended by Randall. Drummond dishes to Oubre. Outside, George. Philadelphia needs to get a shot off. A miss that time would have put them up. Minnesota's gotten fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. Randall no good. For Philadelphia, they've gotten 5 of 8 shots to fall for them in the third quarter. A nice 62% from the field.
And moving George around the floor keeps the defense guessing.
Edwards kicks to Reed. A three-pointer is right on target. Reed's got 9 points now in just the second half. And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
And the bucket is good. Three-point play chance here for him. So Reed will go to the free throw line. It's on Kelly Oubre. Hey, Coach, what about Naz Reid after going undrafted back in 2019? He is really showing him, isn't he?
Well, Kevin, what a story. Uncommon skill level for a player of his size. He can shoot the ball. He can handle the ball. He's got a lot in his arsenal. Edwards.
It's hauled in by the 76ers.
It seemed like he changed his mind halfway through the layup, trying to go to something else, and flat out choked it.
.43 seconds left to play in the third. Randall kicks to DiVincenzo. Randall a screen on Drummond, and the wide open shot from DiVincenzo gets a very good look and converts. The 76ers trail by 6. Oubre finds Drummond. Oubre sets the screen for Drummond. George passes to Embiid. Just 5 on the clock. Over Randall. The 76ers again can't hit it.
Well, I'm surprised that didn't fall for him. We know that's a shot he can hit, and there wasn't much resistance either.
And here's George for 3. And the last shot at the buzzer doesn't go in for him. And so it's Minnesota with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. Defensively, they have gotten after. Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Minnesota leading by 6. And so in the game for the 76ers, we've got Tyrese Maxey. Embiid is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Paul George, and it's Drummond in at the center. Oubre against McDaniel. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. That's on Jaden McDaniels. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. Scoring breakdown for the Timberwolves.
Well, they've been hitting threes at a high clip, and the defense hasn't done enough to challenge them at the line. They need to close out and run them off the three.
And another place they're finding success is in transition. They've been working hard to get ahead of the defense and find those easy ones.
DiVincenzo finds Reed. That's a basket. He is 8th from the field, 8 of 14.
And no doubt about it, in order for them to be successful, he has got to be a catalyst when it comes to scoring.
Embiid with the screen on Edwards. George dishes to Oubre. George passes to Drummond. Back to George. 6 on the shot clock. Out to the wing. Drummond in the post. He's defended by Randall. Count them 1. And the Timberwolves lead has been cut down to 5 points. That time the bucket coming from Drummond. Randall outside. Pass to Reed. From about 19 feet. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Randall's got 4 assists in the game. DiVincenzo against Maxey. Now here's Embiid. Here's Drummond. An easy 2 points on the layup. 17 points for Andre Drummond.
And you have to be unselfish if you're going to lead your team to great things. And I think Embiid gets that.
The 76ers trail by 5. Oubre sets the screen for Embiid. Looking to end his cold spell, and that's 2 points on the layup.
And how about that show of power by Embiid, driving in past the contact to get his shot.
Randall kicks to Reed. Good on the triple. Reed's got 26 points.
And you can tell he's looking for his shot. He just believes it.
Well, yeah, and the defense is going to have to respond to that and chase him off the arc.
Edwards with it. George picks him up. Edwards passes to Reed. Paul George grabs the miss. George has got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Embiid. Embiid with authority.
And in the big moment, Embiid is your guy. He's always ready to go on the attack.
Edwards kicks to McDaniels. Here's Reed. Offline with his 3. The 76ers trail by 4. A minute 50 left in the fourth quarter. And here we go. Here's DiVincenzo. And there's a nice one-handed slam.
A fantastic decision-making big. Randall with the right choice there, finding the open man.
Timberwolves leading by 6. Up top, Reed, defended by Drummond. And he can't bank that one in. The 76ers have gone an outstanding 4 of 5 from the field in the fourth quarter so far. Oubre finds George. No good on the triple.
They need buckets to stay in this game. That's not the shot they're looking for.
Reed with it, working on Drummond. Reed with a screen on George. 6 to shoot. Back to DiVincenzo. Randall against George. And there's the call on Andre Drummond. That'll be his second foul of the game. George against Edwards. Here's Reed. Terrific assist, a nice finish. Solid play all around.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
Yeah, and at this point, the focus is take care of the ball, no needless fouls, and no threes.
Reed against Maxey. And here's DiVincenzo from the arc. And it's Drummond with the ball. He'll bring it up for the 76ers. And it's a great finish!
Oh my gosh.
Out of bounds, Philadelphia takes possession. And it's the 76ers with the ball. Maxey, no good. Edwards against George. Pass to Reed. Can't connect from long distance. From deep three-point territory. And so the Timberwolves take the win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans. But in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted, and especially
Grant, looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah. This should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
A look at the opening lineup for the Cleveland Cavaliers. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell and Strus are the backcourt, and it's Hunter in at the small forward position. Here's Edwards after the basket by Cleveland. Randall, the pass to Reed. No good with the triple. And the Cavs with possession. Mobley, a screen on DiVincenzo. Strus against DiVincenzo. And that's good. Max Strus for 3.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Edwards against Strus. Out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland ball. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, I had a chance to catch up with head coach Chris Finch. And guys, coach stated the number of different ways that Donovan Mitchell can be productive. The emphasis for this defense is going to be limiting his touches throughout the game and trying to trap him when they can. It's a tall task for the defense. BA?
As always, Allie, we thank you.
Looking for the spectacular and coming up empty.
And you know, guys, always a tough catch on the lob. Placement and timing have to be close to perfect.
Now here's McDaniels. Randall, a screen on Hunter. Randall outside. Lets the 3 fly. Donovan Mitchell with a board. For Cleveland, they've gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Grant, the Cavs making the playoffs the last 2 years. A big deal in Cleveland.
Well, outside of years with LeBron on the roster, they hadn't made the postseason since 1998. But this group of Cavaliers are making their own history now. And that ends their drought. You could feel the frustration building with each miss.
Ooh, man, this thing was turning into a soccer game. A lot of action and not many points.
Edwards, the pass to McDaniels. Back to Edwards. Outside for Randall. 3-pointer. And the rebound goes to the Cavaliers. Mitchell feeling it out a bit. Strus the pass to Mitchell. Charity stripe shot. The kick to Hunter. Mobley outside from the arc. Can't hit it. He's 0 for 2 now.
And, you know, even though that shot didn't go down, I like how they got him a wide open look in space there.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
Outside Strus. Mitchell, the pass to Strus. Mobley on a screen. And it's Strus off the drive. Shot clock at 6. Back to Mitchell. Mobley, a screen on Reed. The 3 from Mitchell. They get it back. 4-3. Sinks it from distance. Mitchell's got 7.
Mitchell has everything, including that 3-point shot.
Driving inside. McDaniels passes to Randall. Reed, a screen on Strus. And here's Edwards outside. Buries it from 3.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Timberwolves trail by 5. And we know Donovan Mitchell is a superb scorer. But Graham, what do you think he's focused on at this point of his career?
Well, BA, it's all about championships for him. This is a guy that doesn't just want to be seen as an elite player. He really wants to compete for titles, too.
And Cleveland has possession, following the score by Minnesota. Mobley outside. This one for 3. McDaniels with the rebound. Minnesota's gone 1 of 4 from deep. The open shot by Edwards. Again, the Timberwolves score.
You know, we need to keep seeing this from him. It's encouraging to see him sink the mid-range J there.
And stolen by Edwards. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there. From deep, Strus. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Here's Edwards. Good D by Mobley. Here's Struess. Ooh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. Cleveland shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. Free throws dropped for Struess. And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
Now here's Randall. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. DiVincenzo with the steal. Stolen by Mitchell. And there's the drive. Oh, and Mitchell powers it home.
Whoa, guys. I mean, this crowd is in awe of that Mitchell dunk. Heck, I'm in awe, too.
Outside McDaniels. Sinks the tray.
He does not lack for confidence. He shouldn't. I mean, this guy's a dangerous scorer.
Just a big-time effort for Donovan Mitchell, providing a lot of energy for And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. All right, what do you guys think about Cleveland here in this one?
You can really see the strategy coming in. Get the ball into the painted area.
Yeah, and it's worked. They've got a clear edge and points in the paint. Now we'll see if they go with a more balanced attack or just keep on pounding it inside.
On the court right now for Cleveland. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell and Struess are the backcourt, and it's Hunter in at the 3. Now here's Allen. Struess the pass to Mobley. Back to Struess. 6 to shoot. McDaniels against Hunter. And the 3 off target. Here's Edwards. Oh, the finish inside by Edwards.
Built like a linebacker, Edwards is not your average off guard, folks.
Mitchell against DiVincenzo. Mobley, a screen on DiVincenzo. And there's the lob. Randall with a steal. The finish! Flushes it down to finish the break.
It's always fun when you can get ahead of the play like McDaniels did there to finish off the break.
Outside Hunter. Pass to Mobley. Up top, Allen. Mobley, left side. Got it. Good job in the low post. Mobley's got his first points in this one.
The value of good ball movement isn't lost on this squad.
Randall outside. Outside. DiVincenzo. Randall on the screen. The drive by DiVincenzo. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Hey, why settle for the layup when you can dunk it? DiVincenzo put in on a show on that time.
Struess finds Mitchell. The 3. Offensive board. And here's Hunter from the arc. Knocks down the long J.
Well, Allen is usually the last stop the ball makes, but he selflessly gives it up to a wide open guy.
Pass to Randall. Mitchell against DiVincenzo. Randall on the screen. DiVincenzo, pass to Randall. He got it. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. Cleveland shooting their 3rd free throw shot of the game. Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, B.A., I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense.
In transition, Edwards driving, and Edwards slams it in.
Well, that's Edwards on both ends. First the D with the steal, then he's able to finish off the break solo.
Pass to Mobley. Now here's Struess. Hey, how's that for an answer? Right back with the dunk.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
Making a statement for sure. I mean, we'll see if they can maintain that aggressive approach, guys.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
The Cavaliers are having success. Point guard Darius Garland said, "We're building something here and we've come a long way. It feels amazing having our own legacy. We're just trying to keep it going. The whole city is behind us." And Brian, they know there's still work to do.
And they've got no problem with that, Allie. Thank you. Now here's Hunter from deep. Strus's shot is off.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
The Cavaliers lead by 5. Clark of Minnesota being a major player in the West now. Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base.
Ooh, Edwards with style and authority.
Show us what you got, young fella. Anthony Edwards. Love to see you operate like that.
And here's Hunter for 3. And he missed again. Now 1 of 5. The Timberwolves have got 5 of 7 shots to fall in the second. Randall. Hunter with the rebound. The Cavaliers have gone 4 of 10 from the field in the second. Here's Mitchell. No luck on that one. Nice D from Reed. The Timberwolves shooting 56% for the second quarter. The 3 is up. And Edwards with the basket on the assist by McDaniels. Edwards has got 14 points.
Boy, tonight just gives you a picture of the potential of Edwards. I mean, this guy is an electrifying scoring guard.
Back to Mobley. Gets it to go. Makes him 2 for 5.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
Oh, rejected by Allen.
Don't challenge him. Get that out of here. Allen's almost 7 feet now, and he's got excellent timing and good bounce.
Strus finds Mitchell. No good on the triple. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Cleveland on top, up 2. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
And get ready for the fair half-court shot. Drums. They're measuring up the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Nas Reed out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point guard position. And that's the group for Chris Finch as we begin the second half. Out to the wing. 13 feet out. Reed can't hit. And here's Mitchell. He'll bring it up for Cleveland. The lead is 2. Outside Strus. There's the 3. It's rebounded by Minnesota.
That's exactly how you have to defend him on the perimeter. Can't allow any space.
And it's Jared Allen with the foul. That's his first foul of the game. And with a little over a minute gone by, the second half is underway. Here's Edwards. Mobley gets a hand on it. Here's Strus. And a strong finish with 2 hands.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam.
That's exactly how you send it. 2 hands and down.
Ooh, and once again, off the mark by Minnesota. Pass to Hunter. Mitchell with the ball. Shot clock at 6. And he lobs it up. Very pretty alley-oop. And the Cavaliers lead by 6.
And the defense, they have to honor Mitchell as a scorer. And when they do, it just opens up the passing lanes.
Fast break, Cleveland. Mitchell gets a step. And Mitchell with the slam.
And after putting it down, he dangles from the rim a little.
Man, that's borderline taunting right there, Grant. They're playing with a certain swagger right now.
Well, you know what? You don't want to do too much to get an opponent riled up. You got to be mindful of that.
Allen inside. Check by Randall. Mitchell against DiVincenzo for three. Reed with the rebound. Reed's got his 6th rebound on the night. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. And Anthony Edwards has stated that his goal is to ultimately surpass Michael Jordan.
Hey, look, that is a lofty goal to run after. I don't know if he'll catch him, but I like the fact that he's ambitious enough and confident enough to put it out there. His ability speaks for itself. This guy's a star already, and his star continues to shine. His work ethic and confidence give me belief that he's going to have a chance to at least get close to that. We know about 25 years ago, there was a guy named Kobe Bryant who sought to do something similar to what MJ did, and he got pretty close to matching.
Out to DiVincenzo. Reed passes to Edwards. Now Randall. There's the triple. Gets the 3 ball to go. Randall's got 5 points.
And, you know, he's involving his offense over time, Julius Randall, and I think the coaching staff is happy to see it. They like to see him take and make these shots.
And it's Mitchell. The miss. Timberwolves trail by 4. Here's Edwards. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Mobley's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Hunter. Basket's good. He's got 5.
It's not easy to work the ball inside in this league, but they've done it all night.
Edwards looking for an opening. Randall a screen on Strus. DiVincenzo driving. And it's Randall with the jam.
You know, once he has the positioning he wants, he's ready for the big finish. Julius Randall throwing it down.
Here's Mitchell. Reed with the rebound. Minnesota's gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the 3rd. Pass to McDaniels. Fires from deep. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Hunter's got 4 rebounds now. And out of bounds, Minnesota will have it. Mobley against Randall. 29 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. DiVincenzo can't hit.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot most possessions.
Mobley, a screen on DiVincenzo. And another miss by Cleveland. Edwards against Mitchell. McDaniels from long range. He buries it from 3. Just 4 seconds left in the 3rd. And Mitchell puts up a deep 3. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And we've just finished the 3rd quarter. What a tight. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And from the 2-guard spot, an unselfish play like this sets a fantastic tone.
That's right. I mean, that's not his primary duty, but when the situation calls for it, he can do it and does it well.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the 4th quarter. So from Cleveland right now, at the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell and Strus are the backcourt, and it's Hunter in at small forward. Out to Mobley. And here's Strus outside. Nails it from 3.
And defensively, how do you leave them that open in crunch time?
And it's Jared Allen with the foul. That'll be a 2nd foul of the game. Here's Edwards. Randall on the screen. Shoots over Mobley. And the rebound goes to Cleveland.
Boy, he knows he should have knocked that one down, especially with the defense not giving much of an effort.
Strus against Randall. And it's Allen who slams it home.
You know, because Allen is so quick with his feet getting out of setting the screen, it makes him hard to guard in the pick and roll.
Reed sets a screen. McDaniels passes to Reed. Back to Daniels. Randall outside. McDaniels, a screen on Mobley. Here's Randall. Cash money from 16 feet away.
You know, Randall has a nice package. He's got a good touch, good mechanics, and he's a capable mid-range shooter.
Outside Strus. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Strus has got 6 here in the quarter.
Such an effective shooter. If you lose track of him defensively, he's going to make you pay.
Hunter against Edwards. Randall a screen on Hunter. Fires at the elbow. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Outside Mitchell. Pass to Strus. 5 on the clock. Allen a screen. Strus with it. He's picked up by Edwards. Out to Mobley. Takes a 3. Edwards pulls it in. And it's Edwards with the ball for Minnesota. It's a 5-point game. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. That one on Mitchell.
Already growing a reputation as one of the game's most notorious trash talkers, Edwards is just having fun out there.
And both free throws good for Edwards. Cleveland leading by 3. Mitchell, the pass to Allen. Nice! Big finish!
When you need one bad, go to a high percentage shooter, and Allen is that guy.
Pass to Reed. Wide open look. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
Well, I cannot believe he didn't capitalize there, and neither can he.
Mitchell. A strong move by Mitchell inside.
That is super efficient, getting in deep and then taking advantage.
Edwards against Strus. For 3, Randall. Count it. Now 5 of 11 for the game.
Calm when it counts. Randall has that flex DNA.
Here's Mitchell on the take. And Mitchell with the slam.
Come on, B.A. He sure can rise.
Graham, that's as good as it gets. One of the best in the league.
Boy, he makes it look easy. He is an absolutely imposing finisher around the rim. At every level, Edwards has been the go-to guy for his team. It's in his DNA.
Mitchell finds Strus. Back to Mitchell. Takes the 3. Yes, sir! Mitchell from long range.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
You know, that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Out left to the wing. Randall deciding where to go with it. It's good. He's 6 for 12 from the floor.
You want Randall with the ball in his hands towards the end of these games. Prime example right there.
Mobley, a screen on DiVincenzo. Down low. On the wing, Strus. And stolen by Edwards. And here we go, the Timberwolves on the run. And an intentional foul right there.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
Allen outside. Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. Back to Mitchell. Mobley, a screen on Edwards. Pass to Strus. Off target from 3-point range. And Minnesota with possession here. Trailing by 5. And here's Mitchell. Two points. That one goes. Oh, it's stolen by Mitchell. And so the Cavaliers take the win. They played the villain tonight, and they played it well.
Yes, they did.
Let's meet the visiting team.
RJ, this could be a battle won in the trenches. Each team with a formidable front court.
Yeah, both these teams are loaded with a lot of skill down low. Kind of old school. Should be a physical contest.
A look at the Bulls starting lineup. They've got Vucevic, Lonzo Ball out there with Kobe White. Then it's Josh Giddey, and it's Smith in at the 4. Now here is Smith, back to Vucevic, and Vucevic throws it down.
Look, when he's within range, Vuce is going at the rim, and he's going at it hard.
Pass to DiVincenzo. Vucevic against Reed. With some arc. Count that one.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Here's Ball. Following the bucket by the Timberwolves. Back to Smith. Reed with the rebound. You know, Greg, when you look at the Timberwolves' history, the first round had been a problem for them. But not last year, as they swept the Phoenix Suns.
And you got to look at it as being a tremendous success, right? Because going into the season, I don't know that anyone thought they would have made it to the conference finals. But, boy, that young group gelled well together, and the sky's the limit for the future.
Now here's White. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
An assertive offensive player. White knows he has the green light to rise and fire.
In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. Fast break. Here comes Chicago. Here's Smith. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Driving the lane. Randall passes to McDaniels. Back to Randall. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. And here's Edwards from the arc. That's no good. Misses his first shot of the night. The drive-by ball. Smith. The layup missed.
That's just a bucket like you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss those.
Randall outside. Pass to Reed. The Timberwolves again can't hit. Bulls have gone 2 of 5 here, making 40% so far to start out the game. Giddey the pass to Vucevic. Reed with the block, and they'll get another chance. Giddey no good. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Timberwolves. They trail by 3, and there is the whistle that goes on Kobe White. That's his first foul.
Man, it's close, but, didn't get on balance quick enough.
And that rejection had some mustard on it. Huge, huge play.
And right out of the gate, trying to set the tone defensively, you gotta love that energy.
And the Bulls making a change here. Collins is checked in. Oh, here's Edwards. Nailed from three-point land. And it's all knotted up.
And you have to stay up on Edwards out there, which is dangerous because he's so good at going right around.
Fires from deep. The shot, no good. Minnesota's gone 1 of 5 from downtown in the first quarter. Points out there have been hard to come by. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, Kevin. Bulls coach Billy Donovan keeps perspective. He says, I used to come back from a tough road loss, go straight to the office and pull an all-nighter, trying to figure out what went wrong. My highs were too high and my lows were too low. You have to realize so much of it is just luck. The breaks of life. Kevin?
That's right, D.A. We respect Billy Donovan as much as any coach in the NBA. But a good outlook there, you're right. Hey, thank you. A shot by McDaniels, no good. White the pass to Vucevic, and the layup falls. Vucevic has got 6.
Not stopping Vucevic that time, powering through the defenders.
Here's Edwards, shoots over White. McDaniels passes to Reed. It's stolen by Vucevic. Back to Collins. And finished off by Collins.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Oh, here's Edwards. He's got 5. Here's Randall. Collins grabs the miss. Chicago leading by 4. Here's Ball. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And Ball is such an effective two-way player. Takes smart shots on offense and really hustles on defense.
And so he hits both. The Timberwolves shooting a lowly 30% to start this game out. Randall against Collins. And finished up by McDaniel.
That is a perfect placement of that dime. Just guided it right to him.
And we reach the end of the first quarter. It's the Bulls up by 4. And don't go away. We'll be back with the action for this. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Chicago.
The ball movement has been outstanding so far. They've come out of the gate looking for that extra pass.
And the other thing I've been impressed with, guys, is their assertiveness at attacking the paint, trying to hunt for those high percentage looks.
Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Now it's Reed out there with Randall, and it's DiVincenzo in at the point guard position. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
Here's Ball. And they call the foul, so he's got the and one chance here to make it a three-point play.
Ferocious move there by Ball, finding his finish while also taking the foul.
On the night, he's gone 2 for 2 at the stripe. And we know injuries derailed last season for the Bulls, Greg, but with an aging core, you wonder where they go from here.
I mean, the Bulls are kind of stuck in the middle of things as it now stands. Not quite good enough to make a run in the East, but not in a position where they need to start over.
At the elbow, Vucevic. A rebound by the Timberwolves. And replayed through the first minute here in the second. Edwards slashing in. DiVincenzo kicks to Reed. Cans it from downtown. Reed's got 5 now.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
And the Bulls with another miss. Minnesota's gone 1 or 2 on 3-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Pass to McDaniels. Reed against Vucevic. Reed the pass to DiVincenzo. Shot clock at 6. McDaniels with the ball. Now guarded by Ball. Here's DiVincenzo. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. The Bulls have gotten only 1 of their first 4 shots in the second quarter to drop. Here's Ball inside. Vucevic. It's good. The assist that time from Ball. Ball's got 3 assists now in this one. Edwards dishes to McDaniels. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
Strong move inside by Edwards.
And he's a true inside-out threat. Edwards wants to score from everywhere on the floor.
Vucevic finds White. Misses the 3. Timberwolves trail. Edwards inside. White's there. Edwards' shot is good. Edwards got 5 points now this quarter. And so it's Ball with it. He brings it up for Chicago. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. It's on Jaden McDaniel.
This is the smart play by Ball, staying committed even while getting fouled.
And he misses the second one as well, so he's 0 for 2 that time.
And really, as solid as he's been at the line, I had already...
Edwards with the dunk of the night.
Oh, my. What a huge flush by Edwards, showing off right now.
Here's Giddey. He's now 1 for 2 with that bucket. The Timberwolves have gotten 4 of their first 5 shots to fall in the second quarter. Outstanding shooting. Here's Randall. Vucevic with the block.
Powerful swat by Vooch, showing how effective he can be on D.
And Giddey gets it to go. And the Bulls lead by 1.
Great teamwork, punctuated by a strong finish.
Yeah, that's nice execution, running with purpose and creating an easy scoring opportunity off the break.
Reed with a screen on Ball. Pass to Reed. Drills the baseline jumper. Reed's got 7. Guys back and forth this first half.
And this could continue to go back and forth the entire way.
Here's Ball. Here he goes. And then Collins slams it in.
Just focusing on the task at hand, that's all you can do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
Not enough defense there. Allowing Randall to get that close is a recipe for disaster.
DiVincenzo against Ball. Knocks it loose. Collins kicks to Giddey. To the inside. Vucevic kicks it out to Collins. 5 to shoot. Giddey sets the pick for Collins. The Bulls need to get a shot off here. And that one, good. Giddey's got 6 here in this quarter.
Draw them in and kick it out. Great execution to open up an easy look from outside.
Edwards against White. Pass to DiVincenzo. Stolen by Ball. Puts up a 3. And White the bucket on the assist from Giddey. And it's a 4-point Bulls lead.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense. And they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing the ball into the paint.
Here's Vucevic. Shoots over DiVincenzo. And it's Vucevic missing. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Bulls lead by 2. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge. All right, Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow. Right here on 2K Sports. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
And you love that mindset he has going at the rim. He hasn't settled for anything, and he's been the aggressor all game long.
So for Chicago right now, Collins is out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Kobe White. Then there's Lonzo Ball. And it's Vucevic in its center. DiVincenzo passes to Randall. And he goes out of bounds. Last touch by Collins.
And he made the right read on that play, but just couldn't secure the steal.
And deflections, they're a stat that all teams track. They show who is the most active defensively.
Here's Reed. The shot, no good. Collins with some nice D. The Bulls leading by 4. And when you talk to people about the Bulls, GA, Michael Jordan's shadow still looms large over this team and organization.
And Kevin, they haven't won a championship before or since he was in Chicago. They've had plenty of good players, Derrick Rose, an MVP, Jimmy Butler as well. But the results
having been there. They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Outside Collins. Giddey with the screen on Randall. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Bulls shooting their 6th and 7th free throws in the game. And that one falls for Collins. Both shots good from the stripe.
Some big guys struggle at the line, not him. He's put in the work to defy that assumption.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you very much. Jaden McDaniels has become an X factor for the Wolves. Mike Conley says we know what he does defensively, but the offense that he can bring for us balances our unit. It's much needed. Guys tend not to think of him as an offensive player, but he does have that in his game. Kevin?
But I love the reference to an X factor. He definitely is that. All right, David, thank you. Edwards, no good. Chicago leading by 6. Outside, Ball. Pass to Collins, to the wing on the left. Giddey against Randall. Collins setting the pick for Giddey. Julius Randall with the rebound. Randall's got his 4th rebound in this one. Bursting off the floor. Edwards hammers it down.
It's simple, guys. Keep getting Edwards the ball and just let Ant cook.
Here's Giddey. Randall with some nice D. Timberwolves trail by 4. Edwards drives in, and it goes down 2 points. Edwards got 4 points now in the quarter.
You can't let Edwards get in the lane. Outstanding at using that burst of speed on the drive.
Collins kicks the ball. Collins a screen on DiVincenzo. Ball dishes to Collins. And now the fast break. Edwards with the ball. And Randall throws it down.
And it almost feels like 2 buckets coming off the steal like it did.
Collins against Randall. Outside, Ball. Collins setting the pick for Ball. Back to Collins. Poked loose, and they get it back. Vucevic a screen on McDaniels. White the pass to Vucevic. Stolen by Reed. Here's Edwards, and finished off by Edwards.
Oh, great work by Edwards to get up court in a hurry and get himself a bucket. Can't let those fast break opportunities get away.
Chicago trailing here. Outside, White. Looking to end the run. That falls. Nice feed that time from Ball. Ball's got his 8th assist in the game. Randall outside. Launches a 3. And it's White with the rebound.
And sometimes on defense, you can just get lucky.
Here's Ball, and he drives in. Minnesota with the rebound. Reeves got rebound number 8 now on the night. In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. Collins against Randall. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
And that is an absolute heartbreaker of a turnover. In a close game like this, that might be enough to impact how it ends.
And so it's Giddey with it. He brings it up for Chicago. Outside, Ball. Back to Giddey. White inside. Misses in close. And we wrap up the 3rd and looking to be an exciting 4th quarter. And we'll get... Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game. And it's presented as always by State Farm.
And, you know, you can always count on him for at least a couple of these pretty assists over the course of a game. And this one, a thing of beauty.
And the ability to drop your jaw with the pass is something you rarely see in this league. What a talent he is.
We've reached the fourth quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Julius Randle is out there with Naz Reid. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1 spot. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. And that's out of bounds. Chicago will retain possession. Ball against DiVincenzo. Vucevic, a screen on DiVincenzo. Ball banked in off the glass. Ball's got the first basket as we get going in the fourth for the Bulls.
Known as a pass-first player, you like to see Lonzo call his own number out of that two-man game and be aggressive.
Randle down low. He's guarded by Collins. Reid kicks to DiVincenzo. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. Chicago leading. Collins setting the big for Ball. And what a play. Just snatched out of the air. Credit the block. McDaniels gets a wide open look. Hits the three-point bomb. And the Timberwolves lead by 1. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Timberwolves.
All you have to do is look at one stat, and that is their block numbers. It tells you how tight their D has been. They've been going out of their way to smother the defense.
And also, guys, they push the ball and been able to score in transition, trying to take advantage of playing in the open floor as often as possible.
Edwards passes to Reid. Reid with a screen on Giddey. Here's DiVincenzo. And again, it's Minnesota.
It works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
And Vucevic throws it down.
Doing exactly what you expect. Vuce setting a solid screen that gets things going.
Edwards against White. Edwards inside. Over White. White with the defensive effort. Chicago has gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. To the middle. Here's Vucevic. Out to White. Ball feeling it out a bit. Collins setting the big for Ball. Reid with the rebound. Reid's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. It's stolen by White. And finished off by Collins. And guys, here in the fourth quarter, still a close game.
Instant classic, fellas. This one could come right down to the last shot.
1:52 left to play in the final quarter. Over to the wing. McDaniels against Giddey. Reid, the 18-footer, is right on the mark. And the Timberwolves lead by 1.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason, I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
And Edwards slams it in.
And the more experience Edwards gets, the better he'll become, especially when he's stepping up and hitting the big shots.
1:10 left in the game. Here's Collins. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Julius Randle picks one up. Good on the first, and that brings them within 2 here. And so Collins nails both of them. Minnesota's gone 1 of 3 from outside the arc since we've reached the fourth quarter. Here's Edwards. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Such a gutsy player. Edwards wants to be the guy taking big shots.
He throw good, Edwards.
And really a great job to maintain his composure. How about the body control there? Now he gets the and one and turns this into a 2-possession game.
Collins. The kick out to Ball. Collins sets a screen on DiVincenzo. Ball from long range. And the Bulls with another miss.
Questionable shot selection on that three. Not really helping as they try and narrow the deficit.
In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. Pass to Reed. Outside Edwards. Oh, good with the triple.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Here's White. And the Bulls with another miss. White against Edwards. In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. McDaniel sets a screen for Randall. Back to DiVincenzo. Stolen by Ball. And now the Bulls on the break. Here's Vucevic. Good! And what a sensational bucket to bring them within one.
Well, the first thought from the D there was to protect the rim, so good idea to take the three in transition.
So the first one drops, and that will put them up by 2. And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. And so it's the Timberwolves who come out on top here. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous finishes to continue to wait out.
And welcome to 2K Sports for another edition of NBA basketball. Grant, when you talk about these two teams tonight, I think it's fair to expect a barrage of three-point shooting.
Oh, for sure, B.A. That's the usual game plan from both sides. It's going to be raining threes here tonight, and if they're falling, it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
A look at the opening lineup for the Cleveland Cavaliers. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell and Strus are the backcourt, and it's Hunter in at small forward.
Evan Mobley might be a big man, but boy, how about the touch on that pass right there?
To the inside, Collins. Yes, sir, and it's Ball with the assist that time.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
And I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Allen, the pass to Mobley. Collins against Allen. On the wing, Mitchell. Just 5 on the clock. Shoots over Ball. Mitchell misses. First quarter of play, a minute in. And Doris, Cleveland looking to balance their roster, trying to make sure the pieces fit.
And that's been the concern, right, B.A.? Because there's been some positional overlap, particularly in the front court. And this is where roster construction truly matters in the league.
Inside. Stolen by Giddey. And a fast break now for the Bulls. Here's White. Throw it down on the breakaway jam.
Boy, Josh Giddey showing off that great vision right there.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, Billy Donovan had a few moments to share with you. I discussed with Coach the difficulties of guarding Donovan Mitchell. He jokingly responded, "You mean the guy who scored 71 points? It should be pretty easy." And he went on to say, "Donovan is one of the best scorers in the game. We have to be disciplined and guard him closely. This will be a big test for their defense." Guys?
Allie, thank you.
Oh my goodness, Evan Mobley using just about all of that 40-inch vertical.
Throws it down despite a man right in his face. Opportunity here to make it a three-point play.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Oh, you love it. Fearless, aggressive, leaving no doubt whatsoever.
Here's Mitchell. Pass to Strus. The three ball. Chicago with a rebound.
Yeah, you know, he usually makes you pay from that range.
Right side Giddey. From behind the arc. The rebound by Allen. Cleveland has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Here's Hunter. Connects on the 17-footer.
And hitting from the mid-range here and early. I mean, really give the defense just another thing to worry about.
They're basically saying you're going to have to guard us at every point on the floor tonight if you're going to have any chance.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let them get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
I'll tell you, you can't get stops if you're unwilling to put in the work.
You don't want to let them get into a rhythm from out there.
Vucevic, a screen on Hunter.
2 minutes remaining in the
And the foul on DeAndre Hunter. That's his first foul.
DeAndre Hunter. First personal foul. Second team foul.
And it's the Bulls with the ball. Ball passes to Collins. White looking it over. Pass to Vucevic.
This guy's so intimidating defensively. Jarrett Allen in the zip code. Look out.
From deep, Strus. The putback. Great positioning on the putback. And it's a tie ball game.
Just an assertive play. He attacks the miss and sends it home.
Here's Ball. And it falls all over the rim and in. Ball's got 5 points.
I like watching Ball be assertive on offense, especially looking for a shot from the mid-range.
Mitchell with the ball. Picked up by Collins. And here's Strus outside. Chicago with a rebound. White for 3. The Rebound by Donovan Mitchell.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Strus the pass to Mobley. Now here's Mitchell. Back to Strus. To the left side wing. Mobley finds Strus. Clock at 4. And he's going for the lob. Can't finish the lob. The Bulls have got 6 of 10 attempts to fall, and so they foul intentionally.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
It's his first trip to the line. Grant, how about Kobe White going from a bench player to one of the league leaders in minutes?
Yeah, Kobe played more than 35 minutes per game last season, top 10 in the league. We saw White hit another level, so he has an exciting future in front of him. Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it. About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Mitchell against Ball. We've got 13 seconds left in the opening quarter. And again, no good by Chicago. Outside Mitchell. Launches a 3. Good D by Ball. Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. Chicago. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
Well, you got to be impressed with how selfless they've been so far. Their passing has been simply outstanding.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
So for Cleveland right now, at the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell and Strus are the backcourt, and it's Hunter in at the 3 slot. Gives us a chance to catch up with Ali LaForce.
Nikola Vucevic has seen a lot in his decade plus in the league, and he said the game has changed. Now you have centers that can pass, put the ball on the floor, make plays, and shoot threes, play like guards, and you can't get stuck in time. You have to be able to adjust.
Ali, he's certainly got the skill level.
A lot has been made about Lonzo's shooting motion. The bottom line, who cares what it looks like when the shots are going in?
Mitchell, the pass to Hunter. Allen with a screen on Giddey. To the middle. Hunter finds Allen. And the layup is good off the glass. Allen's got his first bucket in this one.
His playmaking is something to watch. Threading that pass right in there.
White on the wing. Mobley grabs the board. Cavaliers trail by 4. On the wing, Strus. Hunter against White. Mobley on a screen. Hunter passes to Strus. From outside the arc. It's hauled in by the Bulls.
No idea why he's attempting so many outside shots. It's not his day, and he needs to either look to drive or get it to an open teammate.
Mitchell with the ball. Now guarded by White. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
Hunter with the ball. Out to Mobley. The 3 is up. Connects from downtown. Mobley's got 5. Looking at lineups around the league, Graham. Seems like they're becoming more positionless than ever before.
Yeah, you're spot on, B.A. To the point where some people feel all-star voting shouldn't be by position anymore. It should be by merit. Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Chicago shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight. And both free throws good for Collins.
The way he's shooting free throws tonight, you simply don't want to put him there.
Ball against Mitchell. Mobley, right side. Rebound by the Bulls. Vucevic has got 4 rebounds now. Here's Giddey. That one falls. 7 points in the game.
Boy, it looked like the defense was perfectly positioned. Outstanding contest. And Josh Giddey says, I don't care. I'm scoring anyway.
Ooh, Mitchell just muscling his way in.
You got to appreciate the consistency. Night in and night out, he brings it.
Doris, back in January 2023, Donovan Mitchell became the 5th player to ever score 71 in a game.
Think about this, Brian. Just Wilt, Kobe, David Thompson, and David Robinson had done it before Donovan Mitchell. Incredible company he keeps. Donovan Mitchell showing off that great vision.
Vucevic, screen on Hunter. Here's Giddey. That's good. For the day, he's 4 for 6.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. And he commits the intentional foul.
Josh Giddey. First personal foul. Second team foul.
1:33 left in the half. Allen finds Hunter. Allen with a screen on Giddey. Clock at 6. Here's Mobley. Collins defending.
With the shot clock about to expire, the last thing you want to do is foul. That's giving them a gift.
Cleveland shooting their initial free throws of the game here. First free throw is good.
One of the things about Donovan Mitchell's game that I love is he's got elite athleticism. There is speed, there's burst, and there's physical strength. This guy is very capable offensively.
Pass to Giddey. Great D that time from Allen.
It's all about the defense right there. Without that level of activity, he probably scores it.
Mobley, left side. Strus with it. Mobley, a screen on White. Back to Mobley. The kick to Hunter. And here's Strus outside. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Vucevic has got his 5th rebound in this one. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. Max Strus picks one up.
Such a creative player. Ball is especially clever at figuring out ways to draw fouls.
And so Ball nails both of them. 35 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Mitchell against Ball. Mobley, left side. Back to Mitchell. Outside Strus. To the paint. Here's Mobley. Sinks his 3rd bucket. He's 3 for 6 now.
Now you've got to play in pick and roll if you're in the NBA game. Evan Mobley, a very good screen setter and a nice roll there.
Pass to Collins. The kick out to Ball. Off with the layup, and the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Chicago ahead. They lead by 1. And time now for the halftime break, with the 3rd quarter soon to follow on 2K Sports.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drum line. They're measuring up the shots.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. Boy, it's been quite a game for Lonzo Ball.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You know, as a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
They've got Nikola Vucevic. Zach Collins out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Kobe White, and it's Ball in at the point guard position. That's the 5 out there for the Bulls. Pass to Collins. Outside White. Shot clock at 5. Into the lane. Here's Vucevic. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. And the Bulls lead by 4. Here's Mitchell. 9 points in the game. Mobley outside. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
First team foul.
Now here's Hunter. the big block. And they go to the intentional foul.
Jared Allen, second personal foul. First team foul.
Second half getting started, about a minute played. And so it's Allen who brings up the ball for the Cavaliers. 4-point game. Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That'll be foul number 5 on him.
Fifth personal foul. Second team foul.
And here's Allen. He takes it in.
What you lack maybe in mobility, you've got to make up for it with anticipation. Nikola Vucevic, nice job.
5 to shoot. Here's Strus. And a nice finish on the layup. Strus has got 7 points.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
Well, the last time the Bulls won a playoff series was back in 2015, Grant.
That was back when Butler and Rose were their leading scorers. And it shows just how long it's been. But they've been stuck in mediocrity ever since. And right now, they are desperate for a breakthrough season.
Mitchell, they get it again. Back to Strus. White with the steal. And now the Bulls in transition. The 3 from Ball. On target from range. 13 points in the game.
Nice quick trigger from Ball right there. Good at sizing up the defense and knowing when to shoot off the pass.
Down low. It's tipped. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Mitchell.
A sloppy turnover. When you're not locked in, you pay the price.
Bulls leading by 5. Ball left side. Over Mitchell. Collins passes to White. And that one comes up a bit short. The Cavaliers have gotten only 1 of 4 shots to fall in this second half. And Josh Giddey is going to pick up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
And there's just 1 foul now away from the penalty.
Well, we're into the third quarter. Just over 2.5 minutes played. Outside Mitchell. Mobley, a screen on Ball. 6 on the shot clock. And it's Mitchell. The miss. The Bulls have gone 2 of 5 in this third quarter. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
Here's Vucevic. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Vucevic has gotten 4 this quarter.
Well, Vucevic at his best. A reliable interior scorer, great size, great touch.
And Mobley gets it to go.
Well, you get exactly what you want right there. Clean look, right at the cup, nicely done.
Well, you look at Evan Mobley, Doris, so agile for his size.
This is a young man, Brian, with so much upside. Defensively, he can guard on the perimeter, slides his feet, keeps his balance, contests without fouling, and he's growing every repetition on the offensive end. I can't wait to see his future.
Yeah, too bad he fouled out. But this team does have some depth at his position.
And Doris, who can forget the 2016 Cavs, the team that brought Cleveland their first NBA title?
And not just basketball. The city hadn't won a championship, BA, in any sport for over 50 years. And for LeBron, a homegrown talent, to do that with Kyrie, that is a team that will always have a special place in Northeast Ohio North.
Here's Hunter, and finished off by Hunter.
There's a reason teams put the ball in Donovan Mitchell's hands. This guy, you trust him to make the right play.
White, the pass to Collins. And here is Vucevic. Back to White. Vucevic, a screen on Allen. To the paint. The shake. Vucevic's shot is off. A chance at a 2-for-1.
You have to find ways to use the clock to your advantage.
Mobley, a screen on Jones. Here's Mitchell. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. That's on Trey Jones.
When Donovan Mitchell is this close to the cup, the defender has got to feel a bit uneasy.
Both free throws good from Mitchell. 34 seconds left in the third. Collins a screen. Mitchell against Jones. Vucevic, a screen on Mitchell. And here's Collins for three. That's good. And it's Jones with the assist. Collins has got 7 points in the game.
Well, more and more you see big men working on the outside shot, and this guy has one of the better ones in the league.
Mitchell against Jones. Here's Mobley. The kick to Hunter. 1 second left. No good on the buzzer beater. It's still anybody's game as we reach the end of three. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that, Don. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
We call that putting it right in the pocket, man. He knew what to do with it once it was there.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. On the court right now for Cleveland. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell and Strus are the backcourt, and it's Hunter in at the small forward position. Inside, here's Buzelis. Pulls it in from the elbow, and the rebound goes to Cleveland. Mobley's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Pass to Allen. Now Mitchell. Just 5 to shoot. Now Strus. Collins defending. Cleveland needs to get off a shot. Here's Mobley. There's the shot clock violation. So they'll turn it over.
Tough one. In a game where every possession is valuable, turnovers can make the difference.
Fourth quarter of basketball. We're about a minute into it. From the high post, the rebound by Allen. Allen's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Mitchell with the ball. The 3. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Chicago trailing here. Outside Giddey. To the middle. Here's Collins. The shot no good. Good D by Mobley. Well, the Cavaliers shooting a solid 47%. Pass to Hunter. Fires the 3. Chicago with a rebound. Giddey's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Buzelis. Hunter covering. Now here's White. Out to the wing. Here's Buzelis with the drive. Missed inside. The Cavaliers have gotten just 1 shot to fall out of 3 attempts in the fourth. Mitchell, the pass to Strus. They get it back. Mobley on a screen. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Strus the pass to Mitchell. To the inside. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Picked by Vucevic. Kicks it out to Collins. From deep, Giddey. And once again, off the mark by Chicago.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Here's Strus. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Oh, what ferocity on the throwdown. I just love when he goes up with purpose.
Where was the D right there? The effort lacking big time.
Yeah, and give him credit for taking advantage in a close game. Those are the types of plays that can swing things in your direction.
Allen with a screen on White. Mitchell, the pass to Strus. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Mitchell's got 4 assists in the game.
That's exactly the kind of shooting you need down the stretch to win games.
Here's White. Pass to Vucevic. Back to White. Vucevic, a screen on Mitchell. White for 3. Mobley grabs the board.
Simply put, a bad shot, guys. They all know they can get a better look than that.
Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by now. Here's Mitchell. The slam by Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell cooking right now. Things look easy on the offensive end.
The Bulls trail by 6. Outside White. Vucevic, a screen on Mitchell. White for 3. Knocks down the triple.
And that was the right decision. When you're in need of a bucket, you go to your most trusted guys.
Well, you've got to earn trust and equity by making shots. Nice delivery there.
Mitchell against Vucevic.
There are guys who live for these moments. Donovan Mitchell in the house.
White for 3. White missing again. Giddey against Strus. Pass to Allen. Outside Hunter. Going inside. The layup misses.
First clean look they have. I mean, they've got to take it.
And they've got to be efficient with the clock. Quick score, quick foul.
Allen against Giddey. Allen, the pass to Strus. From outside, off the mark. And so the Cavaliers take the win. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for them. They had to dig deep to come out on top.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for NBA action.
Here we go.
And it's Philadelphia to start out. A look at the Bulls starting lineup. They've got Kobe White. Vucevic is out there with Zach Collins. Then there's Lonzo Ball. And it's Giddey in at the 3. In transition, here come the Bulls. Out of bounds, Philadelphia takes possession. You know, Stan, I've always thought that your path, kind of like Billy Donovan's, going from the college game to the pro game, both enjoying success, very, very similar paths.
Except for one thing, Kevin. Billy could actually play. I couldn't. So, you know.
Well, you're not being fair to yourself now. Come on.
Billy was a great college player. And I think, Kevin, Billy Donovan's the most underrated coach in the NBA. This guy's a surefire Hall of Famer. Back-to-back national titles in college. And then you look at the consistent success he has had in the NBA with teams. This guy is as good as anyone in the country, heck, anyone in the world coaching basketball.
Well said.
Explosive move by White, going right up to the rim.
And the foul called on Josh Giddey. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
We're about 1 minute into the first. Embiid against Collins. And it's Drummond missing. And here are the Bulls now. And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Well, Kevin, I was able to talk with Nick Nurse for a minute. Dealing with Lonzo Ball's playmaking was at the front of his mind. He told me Lonzo's a tremendous decision maker, so we've got to be quick to close off the passing lanes. We can't let him create easy baskets. The goal is to keep Ball's impact as a playmaker down to a minimum. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, David. Here's Giddey after the made shot from Joel Embiid. Oubre with the steal. Embiid against Vucevic. And Nikola Vucevic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul.
And now only one away from being in the penalty.
Team foul.
Here's George. Goes straight through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul. He'll go to the line. It goes on Kobe White.
Solid play there from PG, absorbing the contact, but staying with that shot for the and one.
And here's Ball. He'll bring it up for Chicago. It's a 5-point game. To the paint. Collins kicks to Vucevic. It's good from long range.
And Vooch knows he can hit it off the pass. I love his confidence and quick trigger.
George up top. He's covered by Ball.
And this is some serious showmanship. Loving that tomahawk right there.
Greg, he came with force, and that's not just about getting 2 points. That was sending, I think, a message. There's Ball with the 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid drives in. Oh, and the jam by Embiid.
And it's no secret that Embiid enjoys the spotlight. When he gets a chance to show off some, he seizes it.
Ball, no good.
I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving it.
Here's Grimes. Light covering. Oubre, a screen on Ball. Embiid, the pass to Oubre. And finished off by Oubre.
A powerful finisher. Oubre Jr., you deserve to get dunked on when you let him get inside. And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels them. They've been excellent so far, coming in with a well-balanced attack.
Yeah, now it's all about maintaining this lead, but you can't start playing it safe. You got to keep attacking and executing.
George double team. Embiid kicks to Oubre. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Bulls trail by 7. Giddy the pass the ball. Good ball movement here by the Bulls. Back to Giddy. It's hauled in by George.
Nice work defensively to contest that shot right at the rim.
That is a great finish!
Oh, my.
Nice dime from Embiid. The big man showing off his vision there.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now here's Drummond. No scoring in this one. Pass to Oubre. Hangs in midair and converts on the double clutch layup.
Crafty at cashing in from there. Oubre Jr. enjoys working on his interior game when given the opportunity.
Here's Giddy. Nice concentration to hit the double clutch layup. Giddy's got 5 now.
Well, the defense did everything they could there, but his skills as a finisher, wow.
Traps in the tray.
Well, with his skill and confidence with the ball, if you put him in position, he'll reward you.
The scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. 76ers lead by 9. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for Philadelphia.
Well, so far they've done a great job of reading the offense and repeatedly putting themselves in the right place to interrupt the play and force turnovers.
Another thing they've done well is push the tempo. They're running the floor and converting on the fast break.
On the court right now, second quarter for the Bulls. They've got Vucevic, Lonzo Ball out there with White. Then it's Collins, and it's Giddy in at the small forward spot.
And seeing a guy as big as Embiid being so fluid in terms of his movement, jaw-dropping.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, Kobe White became one of the top candidates last season for Most Improved Player. He says, I always tried to just let the work show. I wanted to prove that I could be a starting guard in this league. I've just got to continue to get better every day, be aggressive, and be who I am. Kevin, back to you.
All right, D.A., love that attitude. And what about the evolution of Tyrese Maxey? Greg, according to him, he's just getting started.
Well, Kevin, I'd have to agree. I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill with James Harden leaving, but each year this guy has just gotten better. And not only has he matched Harden's production in Philadelphia, I think he's exceeded it.
Yeah, I'd call this ideal scoring distance. It's almost too easy.
Second quarter of basketball, just over a minute and a half played. To the inside. Here's Embiid. Crafty move. Embiid owns the lane.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Collins, a screen on George. Here's Ball. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. That one on George. We see coaches stand willing to pay fines for complaining about the officiating. I'm having a hard time thinking if you ever did that. Going back in my Rolodex here. Did you ever do that, Coach?
I mean, Kevin, I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines in the NBA. My wife was not real happy about that at one point, reminding me early on that we had 4 kids we were going to try to put through college. And she told me one year I just gave away 2 college educations.
Oh, goodness. Right the pass to Vucevic. Here's Giddy for 3. It's Drummond with the rebound. Ball against Oubre. Here in the second quarter, we've played a little over 2.5 minutes now. And George gets it to go.
Calm and cool from distance. George really confident from beyond.
And here is Ball. That's in for the first basket of the game after 3 attempts.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
They get it back. Here's Embiid. Oh, wow. What a slam from Embiid.
And talk about effort. Embiid staying with that one.
Outside Collins. Here's Vucevic. And terrific work on the offensive glass, and he picks up 2. Vucevic has got 5 points so far. 1:30 left in the first half of basketball. Oubre against Giddey. Drummond with a screen on White. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Drummond, a huge target rolling to the rim.
Bulls trail by 12. Vucevic a screen on Oubre. Giddey the pass to Vucevic. Kicks it out to Collins. Three shots good on the assist by Vucevic. 5 points in the game.
Well, so many bigs excel from three-point range these days, and he's right up there with the best of them.
Embiid, no good. Chicago's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3-ball here. Vucevic with the bucket.
Can't afford to let Vucevic get comfortable. He's content to take these shots whenever the D gives them up.
And then George with the jam.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
They get it back. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Collins kicks to Ball. Collins setting the big for Ball. Back to Collins. And finished off by Collins.
And Ball just threads the needle extremely well. Fits it through tight spaces with force. I just love his ability to facilitate.
Grimes. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Vucevic has got 6 rebounds in the game. The Bulls have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2.
And when you got a team percentage of about 81%, you're going to be one of the elites in this league.
Now Giddey. Vucevic a screen on Oubre. And that does it for the first half of play. 76ers on top. They lead by 6. It's time now to go courtside as we send you up. Thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. It's been one outstanding game from George.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
They've got Embiid. He's out there with Andre Drummond. Paul George is out there with Oubre. And it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. That's the group in the game for the 76ers. And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach in 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking, I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
It falls for the 6th time in 7 tries this contest. That's 86%.
And it's really hard to knock George off his balance. He's just so long and strong. Nice take there.
The wide open look here for Vucevic. Off target from outside. The 76ers leading by 6. Embiid, the pass to Drummond. Here's Grimes. Light covering. Back to Drummond. And it's Drummond with the jam.
So much force. Easy money for Drummond.
Oubre against Giddey. Down low. And it's Vucevic missing. And so it's Oubre with it. He brings it up for the 76ers. 13 points was their biggest lead in the game. To the middle. Here's Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
looking to make plays for others. We've seen this from him all night.
Yeah, when there's been an open man, he's found him. And you love to see a guy dishing it like this.
And stolen by Drummond. Oubre on the wing. Giddey defending. Here's Grimes going inside, and he converts the layup. And now a 12-point 76ers lead.
What I like here, even with the big lead, they continue to execute their offense.
Yeah, to put together this kind of performance at both ends of the floor on the road, it's impressive.
Will it go? Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. Greg, you look at today's point guards, so many different types that can be effective.
And there's a lot more freedom for point guards to kind of explore the parameters of their game. Sometimes it's steadying an offense. Other times it's to ignite it.
And stand a positive for the Bulls over the last couple seasons. They've really done a good job of taking care of the ball.
Yeah, Kevin, that's been an emphasis for them. You don't want to beat yourself. So you look up and down the roster, it's a pretty disciplined group, but it's also the kind of thing that can change from year to year.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, thanks. The NBA is looking for greater parity. The Golden State's Draymond Green said, quite frankly, with this new CBA, dynasties are over. We're the last dynasty you'll be able to speak of because of the way this salary cap is set up. I guess we'll see. Kevin?
I hope he's not right, but he may be onto something, David. Thank you. The 76ers leading by 8. George looking around. Now that one is his 7th make in 8 attempts. A scorching 88%.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Pass the ball. Collins setting the pick for Ball. Back to Collins. The kick out to Ball. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
And it's easy to give up after a play like that, but this team needs to keep fighting.
Yeah, it's definitely a momentum shifter, but it's time to refocus, make smart decisions, and start fighting their way back.
And it's Paul George with the finish.
When holding nothing back there, George gives the dunk his all.
Here's Giddey. Lays it up off the glass. Giddey's got 9.
And no matter what they've tried, the D just has not been able to deny them the ball inside.
Ball against George. He takes it in and then jammed down as he goes right over Nikola Vucevic.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
And Ball slams it in.
Now that's what I call a momentum changer.
Yeah, when you've got a point guard with that kind of spring, no lead is safe.
Yeah, he saw the opportunity to finish with some authority, trying to fire his guys up.
And George kicks to Oubre. Inside, here's Embiid, and the dunk by Embiid.
Well, overall, they're the team getting the better looks here in this second half.
Yeah, they've looked really in sync after the break, getting the shots they want and converting.
Here's Ball, and he banks in the layup. 8 points for him.
I'm a fan of how Ball uses that size inside. Excellent at getting his shot off close to the basket.
Now, here's George. He's got 20.